Good morning, Europe. Good evening, Asia, Australia. And I hope we still have someone non-sleeping in America who is with us today for the day 2 of ngVikings 2020. Yesterday, it was just amazing day for all of us, and you made it. Thousands of video views, hundreds of posts, and lots of new members on our Slack team, which makes us almost 800 people in total. And this is Power, where you can ask your questions about Angular, about web, and get real help. Today, pay special attention to channels called ngVikings 2020, where we keep interaction, and selfies, where we post all our funny pictures from how we watch ngVikings. And this tag cloud with smileys, you see, this is not just a random pattern. This is real statistics from yesterday. This is the most popular emojis you posted on social medias, and we so grateful that you in such a good mood while watching ngVikings. So love, excitement, party, and of course knowledge and sharing your experience with other developers. Please join our Slack. And my dear teammates from ngVikings team, they have lots of cool things to share with you. And Jørn Are from Oslo, Norway, will start.
Thank you, Maxime. We want to thank you all for sharing your badges online. If you haven't gotten yours yet, you need to check out your ticket and how to get it. It's still not too late to get one. And ngVikings is a 100% community-driven event operated by non-profit organizations in the Nordic countries. And the event couldn't happen without the support of our sponsors. And these awesome companies, AG Grid, Microsoft, and Auth0, they decided to support us regardless of the change of format. And we're very grateful to them.
And hello from Sweden. I will just remind you that at ngVikings, we have a friendly, welcoming, and inclusive environment. This is why I will ask you to be nice to each other and to respect our code of conduct. And just like yesterday, if you feel that something is not nice or you feel uncomfortable, please send us an email right away. And now we are going to Oslo. Mike will say something about the schedule.
Thank you, Jørgen. Now it's time to explain the structure of the event. We have 2 days of ngVikings, and each day is divided into sections of 3 or 4 talks, followed by a panel with all speakers from that section. So we know that watching a tech talk online is different from an on-site experience, so we decided to keep the talk short of about 20 minutes. The plan is for you to watch all the talks of the section, prepare your questions, and wait for the speakers to answer them during the panel. So, one more time. First, we have the talks without breaks, and then a panel afterwards. And now over to Sherry in Copenhagen, Denmark.
Thank you, Michael, and good morning from Denmark. We saw yesterday a lot of nice interaction from you all over social media. These are only some of the pictures that we shared here. And I wanted to just one more time remind you that keep posting the pictures and memes and GIFs, everything that you create under the hashtag #BeAViking. And also, I noticed that yesterday I complained that we don't have much of interaction on our selfie channel on Slack, but it's started to have some movement there. So please keep going on. And I'm handing it over to Mike in Helsinki to mention you how you can win some prize.
Thank you, Sherry, and hyvä huomenta from sunny Helsinki. As yesterday, we would like to ask you one important thing: to interact. You can ask questions. Where? Here, right here in the YouTube live. So today at ngVikings second day, we also have a numerous of raffles, competitions, and even a toga home. So please just follow our Twitter and Slack channels to win a wonderful prizes. And now, my friend Fabrice from Stavanger, Norway, will tell you about the prices and our updated web shop. Please, Fabrice.
Gumon, bonjour, habarigani. Good morning. Yes, so we have a lot of prices for you guys from our web shop, and you will have the possibility to customize the size and color for these prices. You can also buy swag from the same web shop. We would like to emphasize that all our profits go to a good cause. All right, so a little bit of history. In the old days, the Viking had a gathering. This was called a thing or a thingstead. So something like what we have in these days. And to lead us in this gathering, I would like to introduce someone who actually, fun fact, has Polish royal blood back in the day. He will tell you more about this. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce our friend, Sebastian Vitalets. Take it away.
Of course, sure. Thank you, Fabrice. Welcome, ngVikings. I'm hailing over from UK, which is honorary Scandinavian country for just today. And I'm really excited to basically be presenting you all the speakers that we have today, which should be a lot of fun. And just to give you a bit of more information about the interesting fact that Fabrice told you about me, basically my great grandfather was a king of Poland. And usually most people would brag about things like that. However, my great grandfather, he died during a battle, sitting in a tent, choking on a pickle. So that's not kind of great, but hey, at least it's an interesting fact, so we can laugh about it a few hundred years later. So we got an amazing lineup of speakers for you today, and we are going to start with Shmuela. So those of you that actually follow various conferences around Angular and web technologies and JavaScript in general, like to use Shmuela shouldn't be a new name. However, I would still like to introduce Shmuela to you and kind of give you a little bit of insight of who she is and what she does. So obviously, Shmuela works at Microsoft as a cloud developer advocate. She's also a Google developer expert. She's a teacher, she's a speaker, she's a consultant. She does absolutely everything. And this is pretty amazing. And the way I met Shmuela was actually through NG Girls. So she's one of the founders of NG Girls, which is absolutely fabulous program. And when it started, it was a quite small thing, and she made it into a huge, really huge deal. And as an interesting fact, Shmuela is also a mother of the official NG toddler. And we have Shmuela over here. And basically, me and Shmuela, we always joke about pretty much everything being NG something, right? Except for her husband who's doing React. So he's not an NG husband, is he? Hello, Shmuela.
Hi, yeah, he's a React dad, but but it's great also.
Well, at least he's an ngViking today for sure, because I am sure he's watching. So you're first. So I know that you're already full of spirit and your slides are ready to go. And so should we kick off?
Yeah.
So. Okay, so everybody, I give you Shmuela.
Yeah. Hi. Okay. I hope this works and you can see my slides. Yeah. All right. Awesome. So I'm really excited to be here again, and I'm really happy also for this online version that I can participate in. And wow, good morning, everybody. Welcome to ngVikings. Hello from Israel. Super excited. And so let's start. We're going to talk today about static web applications and what it means and what we can do with them. And but just a quick intro about myself, even though Sebastian already did a great job with it. I'm a cloud advocate at Microsoft, founder of NG Girls, and Google developer expert. Yes, I'm the mother of NG Toddler now. Used to be NG Baby, of course. And this is how you can reach me at GitHub and Twitter. All right, so static web apps. Why are we even talking about static web apps? Like, what's so static about them? Why do we want them to be static? Why don't we want it to be dynamic with user engagement and data from the server and responding to your actions and whatever you do? Yeah, so we do. We're not talking about static websites, which is an old concept with static HTML with only text, images, and links. We're talking about the static assets. So what's static about web applications is that they're these assets, the HTML files, the JavaScript files, and everything else is ready to use. We just need to store them somewhere in some storage, deployment, some cloud, some server that can just give us these assets to the client, and then they start working. So that's as opposed to assets, HTML pages or JavaScript that are created on the server on runtime. So that's not static. And static web apps are really great because the assets are already ready for us. We just need to serve them to the client. And the more assets, more HTML files, and so on that we have that are already ready, rendered, and we don't need to wait for them to render on the client side or in the server side, then it's better for us, better for the users. So that's what's static about web applications. And I want to show you my web application, which is still kind of under construction. So you'll find a lot of bugs there, but it's something that I wanted to demo to you. And where is it? Oh my God, now I did a spoiler. Oh no, okay. This is my web application. So like you saw in the link, you have to enter it with www. Currently, it doesn't have an Apex domain, so you have to enter www.shmuelaj.me. And this is a website featuring conferences that we have. Well, currently it's only JavaScript conferences and only in 2020. And I actually pulled the data from another conference website. Well, I will share the link afterwards, but it's open source. And it's a really nice website. But this is my implementation with Angular, and I just pulled their data. So basically, you can save conferences. Maybe I will kind of, what you will be really able to do once I finish the whole setup here, you will be able to log in and select your favorite conferences and whether you submitted CFP or not. So this is the website, and well, this is on localhost, and what you can see now is that if I'm looking at the deployed website, and I'm gonna look for ngVikings, so it only finds it in the header because you're gonna have to click on it to get a badge, spoiler, and but it doesn't find it in the list. So I already put it in the localhost in my code. So here it is. Here's ngVikings. It's the first one, and I just want to and I'll start by showing you how I commit it, push it, and what happens next with this static web application. So I'm going to do that. Add ngVikings. Okay. Connect. And now let's go here and git push. Now, sorry, but right now it's in a public repository. Conference app. Okay, it's in my private repository. But what it does when I push it to the repository, I've got GitHub action that starts working, and this action is connected to Azure, to the new feature, not a feature, it's actually a whole product by Azure, which is called Static Web Apps. It was announced last week at Build, and it's currently on a preview. So you can try it out. You can suggest your comments, your bugs, your whatever. We would really love to hear. But don't try it for production, for your big production apps yet. So now that I pushed it, it just automatically starts to run a job. And I will try to also zoom in here. Okay, so it builds the application using ngBuild, ngBuild prod actually, and then it will deploy it to Azure static websites. And okay, there are a lot of some red stuff here, but don't worry about it, it still works. So so I'm gonna go back to the slides in the meantime while it's working, and tell you a little bit about it, and then tell you also how you set it up in Azure. All right. Okay. All right. So you have your code, and you and your application works on localhost, and that's all awesome and everything. But then you of course push it to GitHub. You can use another service, but right now we're only using GitHub with static web apps on Azure. Then you want to deploy your application. You want the world to see it, okay? So you probably have some kind of a continuous integration pipe, continuous deployment, and so on. So now you can do that with the GitHub Actions. So that's really cool. Another thing that you're gonna have to set up in your application is the APIs. Okay, so you'd still have a backend, or sort of a backend. You can have a serverless application that kind of only has functions on the cloud that do all sorts of stuff. And one of the things is get data from the database, because you don't want a direct connection from your client to the database. But of course, these functions can do a lot more. Now, you want to set up maybe a router to route requests from your app to the API, and maybe also to other like static pages, instead of using the router for example, the Angular router that we have on the client side. Maybe you want also some routing that is done statically on the server when giving you the assets, giving the client the assets. And also, of course, routes for the API calls. Now, you might want to set up routes that are you need to validate the user. So you have authentication and authorization for these routes. We're gonna get to authentication and authorization soon. But of course, you want also to have SSL, because everybody needs that today, and custom domain. So you saw that I have the application deployed on my custom domain. So like we said, we want to authenticate the users. We want to authorize them for different security roles. We want to decide what are these roles also. So maybe it's not only admin. Maybe we have different users like teacher and student, and they can do different things. We will also want our application to be globally scalable, meaning that if I'm based here in Israel or in Europe, then okay, my app can be hosted here and will go relatively fast, will be served to European citizens, European users. But what about the rest of the world? It will take more time to get to the United States, to America, to Africa, to Asia. And I want all of these regions to have their own copy of my application, so it will give the best user experience. So, oh my God, so many things that you need to think about if you just want to develop your application and just let the world enjoy it. So many things, and now with a lot of services that are available for us, you can do it relatively easily. So like I said, I'm talking here about Azure Static Web Apps, but this service is, of course, also available in different variations in other clouds and services like Netlify and now SH and Firebase, of course. And there are a lot of different options, but I'm going to show you how it's done and what Azure Static Web Apps can give you. Okay. Let me see. Yeah. So basically, you can build and host static web apps, authentication and authorization, APIs powered by Azure Functions, and CI/CD powered by GitHub Actions. Okay, now let's really see. Okay, yeah, before we see it, let me show you this slide also. So the flow is like you saw just now, and I'm gonna dig in deeper a little bit. The flow is you have your repository, and you push it to GitHub. Okay, so on your repository, you have your application, which is the client side, and API, which is the functions. I'll show you an example soon. And whenever you you push or pull from a pull request to a specific branch that you decided on, and usually it's master, but it doesn't have to be. Whenever you do that, it triggers an action, a GitHub action that builds the application, creates the static content, and uploads it to Azure, and also creates the functions that you have in the API. Now, currently, the functions are limited to HTTP request triggers, but what you can do is have these functions with the HTTP trigger and make them call another function that you have on the portal to access the database, for example. All right. Yeah. So let us see what's going on here. So first of all, we can see that the action has completed and everything's fine. So I'm really, really happy about that. And let's see if we have ngVikings added. Yeah, we have it here. That's so awesome. Okay, let's see a little bit from our code. So the application is just an Angular application, like everything is in app. you have assets, you have everything. But the things that you need to care about, first of all, for building the application for production, you should know that the default, where is package.json? Yeah. So the default build is ngBuild without the production flag. So you should add it here in package.json, because when GitHub Actions build your application, it takes the command from here. Okay. Now, when we set up the whole, let me see. Okay. When we set up the Azure pipeline, the GitHub pipeline, and from the Azure static web apps, what we actually get here, we get an additional file. Oh my God, it's so big now. Okay, an additional file, GitHub workflows. Okay, and you can see this file, and you can see that it has all these configurations. So, for example, the branch that we're listening to, and where is it? Yeah, and we also have the folder where the build assets are like built there. So so here it's dist-conf, because I just created the confs app from the Angular CLI. Yeah, so you can edit this configuration if you need. Okay, now, how do you start? This is the portal for with my deployed application. So let's just do another, let's duplicate it and create another, oh my God, so many accounts that I can log in with. So let's create a new resource. And we're just searching for static web app, and you see that it's in preview, and create. Okay. Now, when you're creating, then it asks you several questions: your subscription, your resource group, the details, the name of your static web app, ngVikings, for example, the region that you want the source to be deployed in, for example, West Europe. Of course, it's free. I forgot to tell you that in preview and in the basic tier, it's free. And you can sign in. You should sign in now with GitHub. And then it lets you see all your organizations and the applications that you have here. Okay, so I can select another application and the branch that I want to listen to. And next is where the build assets are given. So it's going to be this slash, so the name of my app name. All right, I'm not going to create here another static web app. I just want to show you what we do have. So we have this URL that is given from Azure for the application. But then I set up a domain using my domain provider, and I can configure it here in custom domains. I can have the functions here. I can see the functions that I have. Okay, so I have a get message, get user, post user. And I can see the code in my code, of course. We've got environment variables. Oh, where is the configuration? We've got some, we can put here the secret keys, store them here instead of somewhere on the computer or in our, or in the repository. Role management, where, like I said, we can also invite users. And if you're if you have a pull request, then you automatically get a link on GitHub in the pull request for a staging environment. So it adds another environment, another build of your application, and you can check it out before you push the changes to master. So that is really, really awesome. And in the future, we might have more than just one staging environment. Okay, so I'll go really, really quickly. I'm over my time, and I'm going to go really quickly to my slides to just say a few more important things about this. And of course, I'm going to share everything. So it works not only with Angular, it works with everything, with all of the JavaScript frameworks, also with vanilla JavaScript, also with Next.js and Nuxt.js, and with Scully.io. And I even tweeted about how to make it work with StackBlitz Angular application. There are links here to get you started, all the docs, blog posts, examples, here, additional resources, and we have samples, and we have also a repository where you can submit your issues. And tell us about your static web application in all the channels with Azure Static Web Apps. I'm going to watch it on Twitter. And now that you've learned about a new Azure, cool Azure thing, you can get a badge from Azure, a learner badge. And just go to my site if you don't get to if you don't have time to do it now. It's available until 11 p.m. tonight. Go back to www.shmuelaj.me and click on ngVikings, and you'll see this image. Click on it, and you'll get the badge and the instructions. And all right, another cool feature is Learn TV from Microsoft, which is really cool. So you should check it out. And this is it. Thank you all so much. I don't see you. I can't see all the audience, but I kind of imagine that it's something like that, and that you're so cool and awesome. Thank you again for having me.
Well done, Shmuela. That was pretty good. Yeah, you couldn't see us, but we all could see you. And this was quite a lot of information, really interesting. We also had some really cool questions. So when you come back to the panel, I would definitely be asking you something. So yeah, good job. And we are off to a pretty good start. So you deserve a break now. So cool. So one thing I would like to remind you that you can keep asking questions during the sessions and even after, because once our next two speakers finish, we'll have a panel. So the speakers will answer all the questions that you asked, or at least within the time limit. So this is the time, if you want to know something, to ask, and we'll forward it on. Okay, cool. So the next speaker that we have is Santosh Yadav. He's basically going to share with us a lot of cool knowledge and about basically how Angular CLI works and the power of the tooling that is behind it, which would be really nice and very interesting. And so some interesting things about Santosh. He's a GD for Angular and web technologies. He's a massive open source contributor, and he's a writer at Angular In-Depth and .NET Tricks. Hello, Santosh.
Hey,
how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Excellent. Yeah, I'm good. Enjoying the day. So when I asked Santosh about something interesting, he was like, well, I don't know if I have something interesting to share. And then he drops a bombshell, because basically he said he always wanted to get into open source. And then 3 months from getting into open source, he was one of the top 100 Angular contributors, which is pretty impressive, and definitely has to take quite a lot of effort. So without any further ado, I will pass on the microphone to Santosh, and he will tell you everything about the Angular CLI and the power behind it.
Yeah, thanks, Sebastian. Thanks for that nice introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. I mean, really thankful to ngVikings for giving me this stage. So what I'm going to talk about today is the thing I love. I love CLI. I really love Angular CLI. I think if I have to give one reason why I love Angular is, of course, Angular CLI. If it was not Angular CLI, I would have been doing something else. So I'll be talking about some internal APIs. So that's the topic of my talk. Explore the power behind Angular CLI. So before I go ahead and start my talk, just a little bit introduction. Though Sebastian told you everything about me. So I'm Santosh Yadav I'm from Pune, India, and I'm one of the GDs, as Sebastian informed you. In case you want to connect with me on social media, these are my Twitter handles, GitHub profile. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn. If you are on LinkedIn, I think most of you would be. So let's not waste our time and let's get into the talk, right? So I'm going to talk about two important APIs and two amazing APIs which we have been using a lot, but we don't directly use it. I mean, we don't directly most of the time create it. So I'm going to talk about something known as schematics and the another thing which is builders. So let's start with schematics. So if you start your application, you start with ng-new, and then you end up using a lot of schematics. So if you think about ng-generate, ng-add, those are nothing but the schematics, right? They are really powerful. Even the most powerful schematic, if I have to tell you, is ng-update. It updates your app like within few minutes if you have updated your Angular app from Angular 8 to 9. So that's an amazing utility, or you can say the amazing use case for schematics. So what you can do with schematics. So just to give you an overview why I started learning schematics, right? So in my previous organization, we had a framework. We have an UI library, UI component. And what we used to do is we used to publish our libraries on our internal artifactory. And then we had a repository where we used to manually update every breaking changes, or we used to manually update the library. Funny thing to do, right? But that was back in 2018. I was not aware of it. So I was like, I did it for quite a few months. And then as every developer thinks, right? So after doing some manual task every month, you get bored. I also got bored. So I was like, okay, what should we do? Why I'm doing it manually every day, every month or every week whenever I have to release. So I just started reading about what we can do, and then I came to know about schematics. I was like, okay, there is something known as schematics which you can actually automate your installation. So what I have to basically do is I have to just add an ng-add schematic to my library, and whenever someone creates a new app, they have to just do ng-add my library, and everything, installation, creation of files, everything will be ready, and he can just start the code, right? Rather than wasting his time on setting up things, which of course, every developer hates to do, right? So if I have to do it manually, everything, I would never do it. Basically, I will think about how I can automate. Angular tells you, okay, we have already done it for you. Just go ahead and utilize this and make your users happy, who are the developers. So automate installation. This was the use case where I actually started learning schematics. Then you can also automate the creation and modification of files. For example, you do a lot of ng-generate. So you create modules, you create components. What you do is actually create or modify a file. Basically, if you think about a schematic like Angular material schematics, where you can create a navigation bar. What it does, it creates few files and it modifies your app module, and everything is ready. You get a nice navigation bar created for you without writing a single line of code. It can also automate creating application and libraries. Just to give you an idea about this, the best use case I can think about is NX DevTools. So if you go to NX DevTools, you will find many builders, many libraries which are already written. For example, if I want to create a Next.js application, right? So I can go ahead and use the schematics and builders which are already written and just create a new application or a library inside my NX workspace. Everything is schematics and builders. So how about writing a custom schematics? How we can do that? So it's really simple. I mean, there are three things which you need to understand. The first one is rule. So a rule is nothing but something which takes a tree and returns another tree. What is tree? A tree is nothing but your virtual workspace. So you can think about a tree as a virtual file system on which you will be running your lot of operations. You will be creating your files, you will be modifying your files. And schematic context is basically every schematic runs inside a context. So if I have to think about a context, it's like there is a project. If it can be your application, it can be your library, and your particular schematics runs inside application or a library. And it also gives you some the APIs which you can use. For example, Logger. Logger is one of the example, but there are many more helper function which we get out of context. So how to create your first schematics? So you can just do this. You can just do npm install -g angular dev kit schematic CLI. Once you have installed your schematic CLI, you can use schematics command to create your new schematics. So it's schematics blank, and then you can give a name to your schematic. So here I'm saying, okay, my schematic name would be ngadd, for example, because ngadd is the minimum requirement for all the libraries. If you go ahead and see any UI libraries, or for example any other libraries, state management libraries, they always have support for ngadd, so you don't have to do all the manual installation. Back in if you remember material 4 or 5, we have to follow 4 to 5 steps, do this, and then suddenly it was gone and we had ngadd. So amazing thing to do. So this is the same thing which you can do for your users. So how to write it? So once you create your application, let me just show you the folder structure. So here, so this is the folder structure which you get out of the schematic command which you just saw. I have added 2, so generate and ngadd, just to give you an idea. So index.ts. So this is the file which we are going to talk about. So here is my ngadd schematics. We have an options. Options are nothing but what you can do is you can create an schema.json file. For example, I have not created any schema.json file, but if you want to restrict your user input, you can go ahead and create schema.json file, which will be available as options. So if I have to talk about options, for example, if you say ngg module, right? So there are multiple options you can pass. For example, -fn routing, you can pass -fn route to specify which route, and you can also pass -fn module to specify on which module you want to add this particular component. So that's what you can do with options. Then tree, as we spoke about. So tree is nothing but which gives it's your virtual file system where all the files, modification, creation, everything will be done. And then you have context. So context is which is going to give you some amazing APIs. The first API which generally we use during creation of a library. For example, if I want to give an ngAdd support for my library, and I want to also install a few extra libraries. For example, just a simple example which I want to give you is, let's say ngx bootstrap, right? So when you do ngAdd ngx bootstrap, it also installs bootstrap CSS. How it does that? So it's nothing but the node package install task. So it says, okay, go ahead and install this package as well. Then talking about tree, as we said, it's a virtual file system. So you can use a create method which is available, and you can give a file name and then your content for that particular file, and your file will be created. Remember, you can also pass buffer. So for example, if I want to read some data from another file and then create my file, that's absolutely possible. You can just pass it as a second parameter. You can also read a file by using tree.read. For the most important thing to remember, I have given here is OR operator, because it may be possible that your file does not exist, and in that case we have to return blank. In case you want to overwrite a file, just use .overwrite method and give your file name and whatever content which you want to overwrite, and that's it. And then you have delete. So if you think about this, all this function, it resembles to your CRUD operations, right? So all the CRUD operations you can perform on your tree, and at the end you have to return the tree. If you see line number 25, we are returning the tree. So if I talk about this ngAdd function, what your rule does is, rule takes a tree and returns another tree, a modified tree. So the advantage of doing this is, in case I have a lot of like many number of lines of code, I can split them into smaller chunks, smaller functions, smaller rules, which returns a new tree every time. So this is what is possible using those functions. Then we have you might have seen generate schematics, which creates files. That is also possible. So what you have to do is, whenever you are creating something where you have to create a templates, you can create a files folder. Then you can create __ name @_rise, and under that you can create multiple files. For example, if I right now I just need a TS file for just this demo, but I can also have .html, .css, .scss, all the files inside this particular folder. And what you can do is, you can use the functions or the helper functions which are provided by this schematic CLI. So here you can see what I have done is, I have used generate function, then I'm taking options. Those options can be your module, routing, route all those options which you just spoke about, right? And then here on this line number 8, what we are doing is we are applying our template. Actually, what we are doing is we are creating our template, which will be added inside my file. So apply templates function here basically does nothing. It removes the .template from your file name and creates or passes all the options, and string is another utility function which is available. So it passes everything to your index.ts, this file.ts file, and so you can go ahead and create a new file. So here you can see this classify method. This classify method is coming from the strings utility. So if I go to the strings utility, you will find there are many methods which are available. For example, decamelize, there is something dasherize. So a lot of helper functions are already available. So you don't have to actually, in case I want to make sure that if I'm creating a class, it should be in camel case. So I don't have to write all those code by myself. So that's possible using all this strings utility. That's why I'm passing it here. And at the end, I'm just merging the entire thing. So I'm merging my template, which is created, into my virtual tree. And then I'm returning a new tree. So that's what I'm doing in generate. So in case you want to go ahead and create or add generate utility, that's also possible, generate schematics. So the last thing which it requires is collection.json. If you don't have this file, your schematics will not work. So what you have to do is, whenever you are adding a new schematics, you have to make an entry into your collection.json. So here you can see I have added two, ngAdd and generate. There will be a factory function for both. So factory is nothing but the path to your index.ts file, and then your main method, right? So if you can also do export default, that's also possible, but I prefer giving it a name so I know which method is being called. So in case I'm creating, for example, let's say component, I'm creating service, so I can add more entries into this. The next file is schema.json. So schema.json will be used in case I want to restrict the user inputs, or I want to make some inputs mandatory for my user, or even I want to give a command prompt, or simply I can call it as prompt. For example, once you create a new application, right? So you get a prompt. Do you want to add a routing to your application? Which CSS you want to use? So all those are nothing but prompt. So you can just add the prompt, and that variable, whatever input the user enters, will be available into this properties, which you can access into your options. So next is your package.json. So one thing which you have to do is, in your package.json, you have to add the path to your collection.json. So make sure if you are into if you are adding your files into src folder, for example here, so I have to give a path here, for example, src/collection.json. You can keep collection.json anywhere. I can just move it outside, but you have to just make sure that you are updating your factory path and as well as this schematics path. So that's it, and your schematics is ready. Now to run this schematics, you can just do npm run build, because all these commands are already available inside the schematics, and you are good to go. And then to generate or run any existing schematics, of course you want to test it. So what you can do is you can just say schematics dot colon your schematic name. So for example, I'm doing for generate, and then I'm taking a parameter called name, because that will be the name of my file or my class. And then I'm saying employee, and debug false is to make sure that files is created. By default, it runs in debug mode, so no files will be created unless we deploy this package on npm and someone uses it. So to avoid that, I'm using debug false. And you can see our first file is ready, which is export class employee. So that's it. This is what we have actually written inside our schematics. So this is it about schematics. These are the commands how you can run it. For example, if I want to take it for ngAdd, I can do schematics colon ngAdd. To see actual changes, I can pass debug false. And similarly, I can just say for generate, I can just say same hyphen name and then debug false. So this is about schematics. Next API I'm going to talk about, which I love because I've already created few Angular builders. And so before we move into Angular builders, I will talk a little bit about history. And this is where this file comes into the picture. For if you can see this file and don't get anything, don't worry. This file is coming from Angular 4 application. So in Angular 4, we had all this command e2e link test. To give you an idea about these are your actually builders. which these are actually converted to builders once you move into Angular 6 and above. So all these commands were available, but there was a problem. There was a problem that there were two commands which were missing from your .angular-cli.json, which is build and serve. So what we did is we faced a lot of issues. So if I want to configure, or if I want to, let's say, override some build webpack configuration which is under the hood of the CLI, I cannot do that. I cannot do that using the default configuration which was provided to us. Building and publishing library was a challenge because we have to actually go ahead and configure ngPackager manually, and a lot of things required, right? And so everyone hates doing manual things, including me. And then if I want to use the tools like Jest or Cypress, I cannot, because there is no option to override. If you can do that, but you have to write a lot of code on top of it. For example, you can write grunt or gulp task, which is again an overhead. So what was the old solution? So old solution was ngJect. In case anyone has done it, you know the pain, right? 600 lines of codes, no one understands. The guy who actually wrote it, he only understands what he has done, but no one else. Once he leaves, this is everything is mess. So there was a time when everyone started running their own custom config. Everyone was like, okay, leave the Angular CLI, let's move on to custom config, because it gives you more options. I can go ahead and actually override my own webpack configuration, even though it is required or not, just to be cool, right? Sometimes we do things just to look cool. And at that moment, Angular team said, okay, don't leave us, we can change. And Angular team decided to come with a solution which is known as Builders API. So in Angular 6, once you upgraded to Angular 6, there was a file called angular.json, and suddenly everything was removed, and we had serve and build commands also available inside our angular.json. And we had something interesting. We had a builder option. So I was like, okay, what's this builder option? So builder option is nothing but an npm package which is available, and this target actually goes ahead and triggers that builder. And you can also pass some options or the parameters to these builders by using options. So in you can see for everyone, right? For example, serve, build, we had a lot of we had builder, and then we had a lot of options which can be passed. For example, which asset, which styles. In case I want to replace the files during your production build, that was also possible using all the builders. So this was for ngPackager. For example, if I want to build my own library, I don't have to do any manual things with Angular, starting Angular 6. So in Angular 6, if you remember, we already got ngG libraries, right? So you can create your own library. So that's amazing, right? And with that, they introduced a builder as well. So you can build your application easily. Similarly, for test and E2E also, they added the builder. But the main question remains the same. How in case I want to write my own command, or in case I want to add a new tool which is available. Today it's Cypress, tomorrow it can be anything, right? So you know the infrastructure or the tooling of tooling ecosystem of JavaScript. It changes very frequently. Now there was a time when we were struggling with gulp and grunt, and now we are struggling with webpack. So in case I want to actually create a new command and incorporate my own tool inside Angular CLI, that's possible. How it is possible? By using custom builders. So let's see how to write a custom builder. To give you an idea, there is no CLI available right now to create a new Angular builder project. It is available for schematics for sure. And so what I generally do is I take an repository which is mentioned in Angular IO doc. So I'll share the link afterwards, and I just start working on it. So if you think about builder, it actually nothing but a create builder function which takes some parameter and it returns a builder output. So let's see what the inputs are, and then how your what is your output. So if I think about so if you see this execute function, right? So you can see there is something known as builder options, and then there is a builder context and builder output. So builder options are nothing but here again you can actually create a schema.json to collect your inputs. So in previous slides you saw there was options in every builder. For example, here we have protector, config, dev, serve, target. All these are the inputs which will be available here on line number 9 as your builder options. Builder context, again, it gives you access to some powerful APIs, for example, logging, and it also gives you access to 2 more powerful APIs, which we'll see next. And builder output is nothing but where you can actually return true or false, whether your your builder has executed successfully or not. So let's see next. So this context gives you access to these two powerful APIs, which is schedule target and schedule builder. So what you can do using this APIs are, for example, using schedule target, you can run any existing command which is available in your angular.json. For example, I want to incorporate with Cypress or any other tool, but I want to build it first. So what I can do is I can use the schedule target where I can pass target equals to build and the project, on which project I want to run this particular thing, and the configuration. It can be production, it can be UAT, it can be dev, whatever configuration you want to execute. And then there is another powerful API called schedule builder. For example, if I want to create my own builder, but I want to refer to an existing builder, it can be, let's say, ngx build plus, right, created by Manfred. So what I can do is I can just pass my builder here, and I can pass all the other options which I want to include. So that's amazing use case which you can do using this two powerful APIs. You can also actually update the status of your current builder by using report status. You can just update it to error, running, stopped, or waiting. Waiting is in case you want to wait for some existing task to finish. So you can just update it, report status, waiting. That's it. And then once you want to start it, you can either go ahead and do two things. You can also say report status just blank, just leave it blank, so it will remove the status, or you can just say context.report running, so it starts running again. In schematics, you need collection.json. In builders, you need builders.json. So here in builders.json, what you define is, you say this builders is this custom builder name is the name of your command. For example, I want to create a new command called analyze or deploy. So I can just give that here, and the implementation refers to my index.ts file. Schema, in case I have defined my schema.json, and description, just the normal description for what your builder does. And finally, in package.json, you have to add this builders.json. Remember, in schematics, you have to add collection.json. In builders, you have to add builders.json. And that's it. You just created your own builder. And then you can deploy it on NPM. Or in case you want to test it locally, I'm sure most of you are aware of NPM link. You can use NPM link also to test your builders locally. How to use it? So once it is created, you have to just go ahead and write configuration into your angular.json. So what you will do is you will say your custom builder name, which is your command name. For example, analyze, right? So I said analyze, then builder is the name of my package, colon, my custom builder name. So my package name, it's, let's say, it's ngx builders. So I can say colon, package is ngx builders, colon, my custom builder name, which is analyze. And then options which I want to provide here, which will be available to my builder. And then finally, you can just run this command, ngrun, your app name, colon, your builder name, which you added in your angular.json. And that's it. It will execute your builders. There are a few, but before you go ahead and write your own builders, right? Remember, there are many community members who have already written a lot of builders. So I have just mentioned few. For example, Jeb has written custom Webpack browser, custom Webpack server. Karma, Manfred has written ngx build plus. Angular team wrote Angular Fire deploy. Angular builders just is already available in case you want to use just Azure ng deploy. Shamila and Wasim has worked on it. So these are some community driven custom builders which are already available. ng deploy was the most, I would say, most famous use case for custom builders. Now, if you remember, Angular 8.2.3 introduced this command ng deploy, where you can deploy your application from your CLI. Amazing, right? So when I heard about this use case, I was like, okay, now the most important thing to understand here is once ng deploy was available, Angular CLI takes care of your entire development life cycle. For example, ng-new, where you are actually, the development starts, ng deploy, where your application is actually deployed. That's the entire life cycle of an application. So you don't have to leave Angular CLI now. So a lot of Angular, the community members actually wrote the deploy builders. We have for Angular Fire, we have Azure ng deploy. For Zeit, we have one Angular CLI JS pages, which was written by one of my friend Johannes. And then we had Netlify builder and then ngx deploy npm. Now we also have for AWS, and in case you are working with NX, I'm sure you might have heard about deploy it. So that's also an builder. In case you want to create your own ngx deploy builder, Johannes Hope created this awesome starter project. So you can just go ahead and download it and start creating your own deploy project or your deploy builder. I have added some references for you in case you want to refer the code base. So you can refer Angular CLI, where there are already implementations for Webpack. You can refer the Narwhal repository, where for Next they have written a lot of custom builders and schematics. You can refer my own project for source map analyzer, and you can also, again, I have added one more reference to Narwhal, where there is some schematics written for Angular. And finally, there is one more for Angular schematics, which refers to your actually Angular package. And thanks to this amazing guys who actually wrote about schematics and builders, from where I actually learned it, Thomas and Natalia, who actually wrote and created some resources for schematics, and that's how I learned it. Johannes Hope and Minko, they started the builders. Johannes is one who actually wrote NGX GitHub pages, and Minko actually wrote a blog post from where I got the idea about Angular builders, and that's how my talk came up. So thanks to this beautiful guys, and thank you for listening to me, and thank you for having me. And in case you want to connect, if you have questions, please feel free to ask.
Fantastic job, Javid. Like, I really enjoyed it, and I personally have to say that, like, I love schematics, and I was super happy to see like another Angularian explaining it to our audience, and it's really cool. And I agree with you that basically, as developers, like, if there's a task that we keep repeating, we always look for a way to automate it so that we don't have to do it ourselves. So like, great job, like really well explained, and schematics is just, yeah, fantastic tool. And I absolutely love it. So the next speaker that we have is Wasim. Wasim is a member of Angular team. He's also a senior developer advocate at Microsoft. He's a Google developer expert for Angular, for Google Assistant, and the GCP. And he's an avid open source contributor. Like, he's basically, if you follow Wasim on Twitter, you will see all the tooling and stuff that he contributes or even creates from scratch. And those are really, really impressive things. And honestly, I could actually give a whole talk on Wasim himself in terms of like what sort of things he does and how impressive he is as a person. But the best thing is that he's an extremely nice person. If you ever meet Wasim in person, like face to face, you know that like he's a stand-up guy, and I absolutely love Wasim. And I think we know each other for what, like 4 or 5 years. I think we met at Angular Camp in Barcelona. Is that right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, those were like great days, and we had some fun in there, and we basically were working on like the European side of the Angular community, and then we started doing all the events and everything. So some interesting facts about Wasim. He's a proud new dad. Well, the baby is 6 months old, but I think it's still a pretty new and exciting news. And he's learning to create electronic digital music, which is quite impressive. And when the lockdown is down, I'm gonna come and visit, and you can play some electronic music with your toddler.
I'm still learning.
Yeah, he's still learning. Oh, well, you're definitely better than me. That's for sure. And I also hear that you're learning to draw. I've seen some of your stuff you posted on Twitter. That doesn't sound like you're learning. Like, you're really good already. So yeah, impressive stuff.
Practicing, yeah.
That's basically how it's done. Yeah. So I hear that you're gonna talk about Bazel. So that's like another really impressive tool from Google. And I don't want to give any spoilers or anything because I don't know the exact bits that you're gonna talk about it. But to the audience, you should definitely pay attention to Wasim. He knows his stuff. Over to you, Wasim.
Thank you so much, Seb. Yeah, thank you so much for having me and inviting me to ngVikings to talk about one of my favorite topics, which are incremental build tools. Angular is my first favorite topic. So what we're going to talk about today during this 20-minute talk is why do we need another build tool, and do we really need it? And also, what is Bazel? And I'm gonna give you some of the getting started, just what you need to know to start using Bazel in your apps. But before that, I just want to pause a little bit and talk about what's wrong with the current build ecosystem, and especially in our JavaScript community. I mean, yeah, the build ecosystem is really broken. We use tools that help us build our projects, and these tools like take some time, some amount of time, and most of them are really like running build, like the build time they provide is basically proportional to the number of files I have on my project. So the more files I add to my app, the longer it's going to take to build. And it's also like every time I make a change and trigger a new build, it usually takes the same amount of time and to rebuild the whole app. Most of the tools we have today in a JavaScript ecosystem doesn't really provide any caching mechanism by default. And yeah, they have to like rebuild the whole app again and again and again. And also one of the syndromes that we all experience on every single project is that it works on my machine, or in this case, it builds on my machine. So we don't really have, all the necessary guarantee to have reproducible builds. So in fact, like, I mean, given the same code source as an input, I should have the same build on every single machine. Yeah, that should be the default behavior, I should say. So my name is Wasim. I work at Microsoft, and this is my talk about how to supercharge your builds with Bazel, or how to give superpowers to your build with Bazel. So today, the app I'm going to use is Catify. I'm going to use this as an example and how to supercharge the build steps for this app and make it fast. So it's Catify. It's then an app I built a couple of weeks ago for our new Azure Static Web Apps service that we launched recently. So it's basically a cat names generator. Yep, you can ask it to give you a name, and it will give you a random name for your lovely pet. Oh, hateful grace. I'm gonna try another one. So this app is the UI is written in Angular, Angular 10 preview, and the backend is in Azure Functions that is written in TypeScript and served over a Node.js API. But the most interesting part here is that the core generator that give us the names is written in Rust and compiled to WebAssembly and then served over that same Azure function. So during this talk, we're going to learn how to supercharge this app, like the build system, and make it reduce the build time. For my case here, I managed to reduce the build time from around 9-10 minutes to only 4 minutes. And this is done thanks to Bazel. So what is Bazel? Bazel is a build orchestration tool. It's polyglot, so you can use it with many different languages. Today, I'm going to just highlight some of the plugins for TypeScript and Rust and WebAssembly, but you can use it with really any technology. And if you don't find yours, you can build a plugin for that. It's also highly distributed, so you can run the builds either on your machine, on a CI, on a remote computer. You can read more at bazel.build, the official website. And which is funny, because one of the things that people ask me a lot when I talk about Bazel is that, does Bazel replace my favorite build tool? I mean, it does not. However, it gives them superpower. So if you're if you prefer to use, maybe Webpack to build your Angular app or wherever, you can still use Webpack. I mean, we built a lot of rules for the JavaScript ecosystem. And I said before, if you use any particular build tool and there is no rule for it, you can build it yourself. It's easy. One of the benefits of using Bazel are Bazel actually is, Bazel builds are incremental. The rebuild time actually is proportional to what you change and not the amount of file you have on your project. So this is similar to what the Ivy compiler does when it's like does incremental builds of your TypeScript components. Bazel is also hermetic, so the build don't depend on anything except their inputs. So, for instance, no global environment variables are allowed in this way of doing things. And this hermeticity property enables us to have or to use features like remote build execution, where we can, for instance, use like a remote machine to run our builds, and also use have our builds steps run in parallel, either again locally or remotely. Bazel is industrial grade. What I mean by this is that it's made by Google. It's open source, and a lot of folks are using it. I have a slide next with the few companies that are using Bazel outside of Google. Bazel is also composable. Think of this like a Unix pipe. So you can use Unix pipes where you can chain many different commands and build up a single output. So this is great because you can use the same thing in Bazel. You can use all the rules that are, by the way, when I say rules, I just mean plugins. That's the same concept. So when you use plugins made by the community, you can chain them and compose them and use your own custom build workflow that is really specific to your project and based on your requirements. So that's really great. And Bazel is deterministic, but actually most of Bazel rules are deterministic. So given the same input, we can have the same output. And this will allows us like to trust the cache. So we can cache build results based on basically their input. And I'm gonna talk about this in a couple of slides. So Polyglot, again, there are really a lot of technologies already supported by Bazel. And again, if you don't find yours, you can like really easily create your own plugin for that technology. So many companies and corps are using and projects are using Bazel. So the first one is TensorFlow. So that's really the biggest open source project that is using Bazel. And of course, Angular is using Bazel. All the Angular project is built with Bazel, and also the CLI supports Bazel as a build orchestration tool. So for today, one of the rules I'm using to compile the REST code into WebAssembly binaries. So this rule is made possible thanks to the contribution from Spotify. So thank you, Spotify. All right, so let's start and talk really quickly about the basic concepts, just what you need to know to get started with Bazel. So the first most important concept is the workspace file. And it has to be in capital case. So that's the name actually of the file you need to have in your project to tell Bazel that this is a Bazel workspace. So this is basically the entry point for any Bazel project. It defines all the dependencies of this particular workspace, and it also it is also responsible for loading and setting up all those dependencies, basically pulling them from external repositories. You can have multiple workspaces on the same project. You can view this as like a monorepo. So each of these folders you can see here is basically a single project. But of course, you can just start with one workspace, like to start with. The next concept is packages. So a package in the Bazel ecosystem, what defines a set of instructions, like how like the way to build that particular package. And also, yeah, you can give other instructions how to test it and also run it if it's an executable that you are building. So packages are the primary unit of code organization in a workspace. And to mark a folder as a package, you need to create a build that Bazel file inside that folder. So whenever Bazel sees that file inside any folder, it would use that folder as a package and treat it as a package and then build it based on what you provide as instructions. So here I have an example of a package content where basically I'm using a couple of rules. So here I'm using the REST binary rule and also the REST WASM bindgen rules to compile my REST code into a WebAssembly binary. One of the pro tips which would easily, would interest Angular developers is that keep the packages as little as fine-grained as possible in order to improve the parallelism. So, for instance, if you're building Angular with Bazel, you can. The most small single unit would be your Angular modules. So, for instance, you would have an Angular module that is a Bazel package, and then have only one build Bazel file per module. Of course, use this advice wisely. So if you have a huge module, you can then split up all, for instance, components, services, pipes, or whatever you have in your structure, and then use as like small, fine-grained packages as possible. Because this would be really great to improve, to help Bazel run your builds in parallel and have a faster build time. The next concept of Bazel is rules are rules. So the rules are the relationship between inputs and outputs. So this is where you describe the steps how to build a package. So again, the same concept as before, but here I'm using the TS library rule with all the necessary arguments, and instruct Bazel. Okay, tell it how I want to build my TypeScript file. So, for instance, here, in the concept of rules composition, is that I can use this TS library rule that is provided by the Node.js rule project, which gives me as an output a JavaScript file and a type definition file. And I can use it and chain it with another rule, for instance here, rollup bundle, which would give me a single file. So here I have composed two rules together to have my final artifact. So under the hood, inside any rule, are what we call actions, Bazel actions. So you can see an action as a mathematical function where you give it an argument and it gives you a result. So for the same x, it will give you the same y. So this is where the deterministic part comes in. So for instance, again, for our test library, so under the hood, basically, this is really a simplified version of the implementation. We're calling the TypeScript compiler and giving it all the necessary parameters to transpile my TypeScript code into JavaScript. Also, the execution graph is another important concept of Bazel. So Bazel under the hood creates a dependency graph and also an execution graph in order to really understand the dependencies of your bit inside your project. And based on that knowledge, it's able to run in parallel all the builds, either locally, for instance, or it can use it can run the blue path on a remote machine and the yellow path on the local machine. There's also a notion of cache, and that's what's really great about Bazel, is that for each output that is created by an action, it would be cached. And again, Bazel would only invalidate the cache based on that knowledge that it created from your graphs. So only the changed file would be rebuilt. That's basically what it says here. The local execution and cache workflow is really simple. So Bazel would use all resources available on your local machine to do the work for the cache and also for the execution and give you the result. But it also can, you can configure it. It's optional. You can use a remote cache and remote execution machines and setup, where basically you can configure an external and a remote computer to be your cache storage. You can do this easily with Azure. For instance, you can create a VM and set up Nginx with the WebDev extension, and then configure Bazel to use it as your remote cache storage. So for my app for today, I'm just, really quickly show you the configuration, but I also, okay, so my app here has an API folder where all the backend lives, and also the app where the Angular app is. So for the backend, I have this folder where my Azure function sits, which is a TypeScript function. And here I have my REST code, the REST generator. And in one of each folder here, I have my build for the Azure function and my build for the Rust to WASM build. So basically, I'm not gonna detail all the all the steps here, but this is really specific to how to build Rust to WASM. I recommend reading the docs to really understand what each of these rule is doing under the hood. For the TypeScript story is the same thing. I'm using the test libraries and basically telling it, okay, use that index file and then transpile it to JavaScript, and then also I'm specifying all the dependencies of that index file, which are basically required here. Where is it? I have my also workspace. So the workspace file, as I said before, is the entry point to my Bazel project. So this is where you specify all the dependencies and also instruct Bazel to set up and also download all the NPM packages, for instance, and also set up a TypeScript toolchain for my project because I'm using it. And also here, set up a Rust toolchain because I'm using it to build my Rust code. This you can check out the source code of this app on GitHub, specifically this PR number 2, where I introduced the Bazel configuration. So you have like really only Bazel configuration here that would help you understand how to also you can supercharge your apps. So again, I added this slide just to highlight that how easily was it to build and deploy my Catsify app on Azure Static Web Apps. Basically, my code lives on GitHub. The backend is an Azure function with all the Rust and WebAssembly hotness, and the front end is Angular, and everything's deployed on Catsify.app really, really easily. So you can also try out Bazel today. If you're using NPM, you can NPM init Bazel and give it a workspace. This would create a skeleton, a scaffold, a workspace project, Bazel workspace project for you. But also you can read a quick start for more information. So this was really a short introduction to Bazel. You can check out my other talk where I go in much deeper explanation how to create rules and how to also set up a remote cache for your apps. So here are all the resources you need to read to get started with Bazel. And of course, you can reach out to me on Twitter. I'm always happy to help if you have any questions about Angular or Bazel or anything else. Thank you, guys.
Well done, man. That was absolutely fabulous. Like I always find it difficult to explain Bazel in a type of elevator pitch kind of talk, and 20-minute session is definitely very, very challenging because Bazel can do so much and it's so powerful. It's just like blowing my mind. Like I was actually talking to Alex Ego one time about Bazel, and I was saying like, what is the deal about it? And he said, well, if you wanted to like compile Gmail like from scratch on like on the latest MacBook with like maximum specs, it would take you like a week or more. With Bazel, that's a matter of a couple of seconds because it's just so efficient. And it's not just efficient because it's well organized, it just doesn't compile something twice that's been compiled in the past. And that's how Google can do their mono repo. It's like so amazing. Well done. So we are moving on to the speaker panel. So Wasim, stay with us. And I think we will also have Shmuela joining us, and we should see Yavit very soon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So it's time for some serious questions. And I will start with the first one. That should be an easy one for Shmuela, which basically people are asking where could they find the links to some of the resources that you were sharing in the session?
Well, I posted them in the chat and on YouTube, but they don't appear as links. Where is a good place to post them? Twitter, maybe?
Twitter, right?
Yeah? All right.
Twitter for sure.
I'm gonna put them on Twitter now.
Okay.
I'm ready in the list here.
Then Mati, you should definitely follow Shmuela, any of it, and Wasim as well. And you should be able to get all the links and resources that are needed. Quite a lot of speakers actually share their slides too. So if anyone asks for that, like just follow these people and you get the resources. Okay, I've got another question coming up from, I'm gonna mess up the name, but names are difficult. Abderram Hamila. So besides the official docs, so that's basically for Santosh. Besides the official docs, can you recommend other sources that I could use to learn about schematics?
Okay, so what you can do is the repository which I have mentioned in my slides, you can refer them. They are really great. Basically, I started from NGRX. So back in 2019, I think NGRX was full of schematics. They were creating it. So I became part of it and I started writing it. So the best way to learn is just write it. And you have the references. A lot of libraries actually have schematics support.
Can I share my tip?
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
I was using the Angular material repo to learn about schematics.
That's also a great place too.
Yeah, and actually, when I was learning about schematics, I was using the sources from Manfred Steyer. He's got actually like a 3 or 4 really in-depth blog posts that start from basic to pretty advanced stuff, and that was super, super helpful. So yeah, reading code is one of them, but you should definitely check Manfred Steyer blogs because I think pretty much each of us in this panel went through those blog posts. Okay, I've got another question, and that's basically open to all of you in here. So Terry's asking, can you give advice on how to start contributing to open source? Who wants to go first?
I think Wasim should go first.
I'm laughing because I get the question a lot on Twitter. I mean, the easiest way to start contribution is just to start. Just like pick up any projects, any documentation, anything, and create an issue and a PR and just do it. Of course, maybe the first time this is going to be probably a bad experience, but don't be afraid. That's okay. This is I mean, expected. This is how you learn as well, but just start easy. I mean, you can, like I started like fixing documentations and fixing tests for Angular. You don't need to start like with the adding a core feature to Angular or React or whatever. I mean, that's difficult to do from the start. Just start easy. If you find a typo in some docs, open an issue, send a PR. I mean, the maintainers are really happy to have these contributions as well. So don't stress, just do it. That would be my advice. And also, pick a project that you know really well. So if you're working on a project like your company or on like for work, and using, I don't know, you're probably using a CLI or a framework that you like. So you know that framework really well because you're using it every day. So you know maybe all the issues that it has. You probably already find out about some of the issues. So go create an issue, tell the maintainer that there is a problem. Can you help? And they would really be glad to guide you into your first contribution. Well, that's what I do on my project, at least. So maybe Santosh or Shmuela can add more advice.
Yeah. What do you think, Shmuela and Santosh?
Yeah, I'd like to add a little bit because it looks like a big deal, and sometimes, oh my God, what am I doing here? And do I really want to submit this pull request, or do I want to help here? So start with something small. For example, a typo in the docs, because that's also really, really, really helpful. Now, every repository has the guidelines for how to contribute. They have the guidelines for how to, and even a template, how to submit a pull request, how to do a commit, how to write the description of the commit. So make sure you read those. And usually it's not a big deal, and start contributing.
Excellent. Santosh, you have anything to add? You're like top 100, right?
Yeah. So I think the most important thing is the motivation. What's the motivation behind you starting the open source contribution, right? So if you are already motivated, you have a target that I really want to achieve it, then I think it makes it easier. You will do anything to achieve that. That's what I did. When I started in 2019, my target was to reach anyhow in top 100 contributors in 3 months. And that was my motivation, right? So I worked really hard. I worked day, night, and then I did it. So this is the motivation thing, I think.
Sounds good. So all great advice. So if you want to start contributing open source, you have no excuses. It can be done. Okay, off to the next question. So this one is for Wasim. Is Bazel production ready today? And does it make sense to move all projects to Bazel, or is this just for large projects?
That's a really great question, and I had one on Twitter right now. I was answering the person, so I'll give it live. So yeah, Bazel is production ready. I mean, Google has been using Bazel internally for over a decade, and other companies, as I mentioned in my slide, are using it. And that's a few companies I know about that are using Bazel. Is Bazel good for any project? The answer is no. So if your app is already building super fast and if it's small, I don't think you should add Bazel. For instance, the Catsify app I showed off earlier, so the UI is written in Angular and the backend is more complicated. So I didn't use Bazel for Angular because I'm using Angular v9 preview, which is built super fast for my case. So adding Bazel over there would be just overkill for my case. However, on the backend side, as you saw, it was taking 10 minutes to build the REST, the Azure function, the TypeScript, everything, and reduce this to 3 minutes. So in this case, Bazel plus Bazel Remote Cache was really helpful for me.
Nice. Okay, so next question, that's from Eugene. Wasim, what is the running cut at your top panel?
What is what?
Apparently you had some running cuts at the top of your panel. Do you have a cat at home? Somebody
that's the bed of my cats. It's a suspended bed on the wall.
Excellent. I mean, I've seen some of the things that you built for your cat on Twitter. Like, guys and ladies, like if you wanna see Wasim's cat, check him on Twitter. That's for sure. Another question. I'm not sure who to direct it at to, but that's from Alexander. Is there a schematic for Angular Bazel configuration? Does anybody know?
I can take this one. So
sure.
So there used to be a schematic for Angular CLI to build Angular. However, I mean, I just should be really careful how I'm going to say this. So for now, the Bazel configuration and the Bazel setup and all the logic is hosted on the Angular project currently, because when we started, Angular was the main. I mean, one of the first projects to adopt Bazel. However, today, I mean, the Bazel story has evolved, and now Bazel for the JavaScript community is is made available for everyone, not only Angular. That's what I'm trying to say. So because of this, the Angular team is moving all the basic Bazel setup from Angular to the Node.js rules project under the Bazel organization. Because again, now Bazel is targeting the whole JavaScript ecosystem and not only Angular. So that's why, because that's a question I got last week for like two people. There is a PR open on Angular right now where they're deprecating all the Bazel stuff. So that doesn't mean that Angular is dropping support for Bazel. Just moving the configuration outside of Angular.
Cool. So yeah, it's a pretty good answer. So I got a question for Shmuela here. So in terms of like, because there's a question I saw on Twitter. So what would be like your top three tips in terms of using Azure Cloud Functions inside Angular project? Are there any best practices, things we should avoid, or things we should definitely be doing at the beginning?
Wow. It's pretty new, so no real best practices yet, but my tips will be make sure you do a production build, and if you can, then also build your application as statically as you can. So for example, using Scali.io. So really build as many assets as you can to be ready as HTMLs and CSS assets that can be just sent to the client. Another tip. Well, I didn't. I think I didn't mention it, but adding login with different authorization providers, such as Twitter, Google, Azure, of course, and what others do we have? Facebook and GitHub. It's as easy as putting a link. So add this, but my tip is, that's in the docs, and my tip is to add Cosmos DB, which also has a free tier, and manage your users there and connect them with functions. So you have the functions for your static web application, and they will send a request to the functions of the Cosmos DB. And then you can easily manage your users. You can save them and get them and add the data. Third tip, well, I think it's very important to have the latest Angular release. So version 9, I tried it with StackBlitz, and in StackBlitz, it's still on the RC version for some reason, and I had to update all the Angular libraries to make it work. So yeah, it's also a general great tip, just update your Angular applications to the latest versions. It's really easy. The CLI update command does it for you, and there aren't many breaking changes, if at all. So please keep up to date.
Excellent. Great, absolutely great advice. And I would also add, like, always read the documentation. It's like pretty much with anything you start. Okay, so that's it for our panel.
Read the documentation or contribute to the documentation.
Yes,
Yeah.
do both. Do both.
I actually,
Yes.
I must mention that Wasim here has contributed a lot. I think even wrote by himself some of the documentation and also added a lot of demos. So he's also done a big job, a great job, and a lot of what I showed and used is actually based on what Wasim has been doing. Oh. And yeah, and like we said, it's still in preview, and also for products that are already released and official, there are still always some improvements that you can do. And you can submit PRs to the docs also.
Excellent, excellent. So thank you very much for your time. This was really useful, both your talks and your answers in the panel. And now it's time for a quiz with Martina. So we'll quickly switch over, and the three of you can also join in and play with us. So Martina should be with us anytime now, and then I'll be jumping into her session as well very soon. Hey, Martina.
Yes, hey, how are you?
I'm pretty good. Like, I'm pumped up about the session. The only thing is that I really want to take part of it as a participant, but I can still help out.
Yeah, I hope you're ready for the quiz. Are you?
Hell yeah.
So here you see again the URL you need to join and the game pin. So feel free to just jump right in, and we will wait around 1 minute, a little bit, till the participants are all right there. Oh, and I see the first ones. So in the meantime, do you have a great joke to tell, Sebastian? I mean, I'm from Germany. I should not tell a joke because we don't have humor so far. So I would give it to you.
That explains everything.
Everything.
So it's not necessarily a big joke, and I wasn't mocking Germany right now, but Martina and I have this running joke that whenever we meet and one of us says something, we just respond randomly with, that explains everything. Whether it explains everything or not, it doesn't matter. It's just something we say. And over the weekend when we're testing Kahoot, I was actually playing in the yesterday's session, and my nickname was that explains everything. So literally anyone that actually signs in with that nickname, like, I'm gonna send them a t-shirt or something, like just for the giggles. Although now, yeah.
Yeah, and you did actually quite good, right? You were at the first place.
I won, yeah. There were no prizes per se, but like, I won the, the pride of winning. Well, it also helped that everybody else were like 3 questions late because I was the first one to join. But that's another way, you know. You snooze, you lose. Cool.
Right.
So
talking. Just a short heads up, talking about the prizes, because I messed up a little bit yesterday because I said something like, oh, we will collect the points of each quiz, and then in the end we will have a prize. Unfortunately, I got it completely wrong. So each quiz will have top 3 winners, and each quiz we will have actually prizes to give. So the first prize is actually a great hoodie, ngVikings hoodie. Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop.
The second prize is a t-shirt of ngVikings. Who doesn't want to have a t-shirt? It's really, really awesome. And the third prize is a ngVikings mug. So please, the winners at the end, just reach out to the Orga team to tell your email address, because we can't, of course, make sure which nickname depends to which person. So please reach out, and please be fair, not just that anyone just says, yeah, I was this nickname. So please be fair, and then you will get your prize. Anything left to say, Sebastian?
I mean, if anyone tries to cheat and use the winner's name, we're going to test you on Angular like big time.
Yes,
so do not try to cheat.
Definitely.
No, I think you explained it pretty well. And I think the idea is, in case anybody is new, Martina and I will read the questions and the answers. And you on your device, you just get either 2 or 4 buttons. And you just have to pick one that is the winning one. Am I right, Martina?
You're absolutely right, like always.
Well, I'm
Perfect.
always right, except for the times when I'm not.
Yes, and these are like a lot of times. Just kidding.
Well,
I guess
that explains everything.
Everything. So I guess we should just start.
I think so. So we already have over 200 people, and we are a little bit behind. So
Yes,
and
exactly.
people can still join even in the middle. So
yes,
let's go.
Maybe someone could shortly write the Kahoot pin inside the channel that other people delayed. No, it will be displayed the whole time, so it's fine.
Yeah,
Let's
I'll take
start.
a screenshot.
You're such a smart person, such a fox. So let's start with the first question. Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm so ready. 2, 1. The first question is, how can we use a service inside a web component as a dependency? It needs to be newly created. It needs to be injected inside the constructor. We just call it global object, or it can't be used inside a web component. I mean,
how do you use it?
I don't know. I never use services. I put just everything in my web component. Explains everything.
That pretty much explains everything. So
yeah, right.
I don't know, like maybe you should just go with the colors. Like if I like purple or blue, should I go something?
Yeah, I always do that. And maybe because I created the questions, most probably the answer could be the blue one because I love blue. But yes, absolutely right. It needs to be injected in the constructor. So let's see who's right now on the track. Cobra Warrior. Oh, what a cool name.
That sounds like a very serious person. Don't mess with Cobra. Don't mess with Cobra.
Don't mess it. Okay, let's go to the next question. True or false? The local storage can be used to persist data in our application. True or false? Do you always...
I go green.
I take the yellow one. So do you use the local storage often in your applications?
Sometimes, but not a huge amount. It's kind of good because like for small things, but I think there's like a limitation of about like 5 megabytes. So obviously you shouldn't be trying to store databases or anything like that. But it can be very, very useful.
Right.
So can you? Of course you can.
Yes, you can. So, but I guess the size, it's even depending on the browser. I know that the Internet Explorer, if you want to call it a browser, then just kidding.
Burn.
That burns. No, then I guess it's even less. So let's see if Cobra Warrior is still on the first place. Oh yes,
Cobra still in charge.
Yes,
but Svetomek is almost there.
Svetomek, I love the nicknames. It's so great. So let's go to the next question. Which directive can be used for applying styles based on conditions? Is it Angular class, ng class, or and class?
I think it's an A class.
Yeah, it should
like
be
or a superstar class, right?
Yes.
Classic class?
A classic class?
Classic class. And a clap too.
I mean, everything is class inside, right?
Well, I mean, if you're writing Java, then definitely everything is a class.
Who's writing Java these days?
No, I do.
Yeah, from time to time. It's ng class, exactly. So if you have a condition, you can just easily toggle between two states with ng class. It was again blue.
There seems to be a random pattern there.
It is. Definitely it is. Like every second other question is blue answer is the correct one.
We'll see.
Okay. So we almost reached the half of the questions. Let's see. Oh, Cobra. Oh, he even got away total from the top 5. It's so tight.
Yes, Svetomek and Mike are keeping in top, like they've been there for a while. Sam and Anton P, I've seen them as well. AJK, I think I've seen at the beginning. So very well done, folks. And we can move on to the next question.
Absolutely. Which lifecycle hook is available inside a service? Is it ng on init, ng on destroy, ng after service has been init, or none of these? Are there lifecycle hooks in services?
Seriously, it's definitely after ng service has been in it, because if it hasn't been in it, then where has it been?
Can't be. Yes, right. Absolutely.
Yeah, I actually know the real answer to this question because I watched a talk from Shai Resnick way back in the past. So it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one.
Absolutely. And as you said, so Sebastian, you suggested me this question, right? So
I know, and it looks like we have 36 people who watch Shai Resnick's talk from the past.
Absolutely, because what you might have known, actually, it's really just random that it's again the blue questions, because it shouldn't be always the blue. There isn't actually a pattern, but apparently it is. So yeah, and services, you have the ng on destroy lifecycle hook.
That's needed for cleanup, basically.
Yes, because sometimes you even subscribe to observables inside the service as well, and then you might do, and so on and so forth. Okay. Yep. So let's see who knew that and might be now in the first place. Oh, Santosh! Yeah, of course, Santosh. You've knew that.
So the whole thing is that you get points based on how fast you answer as well. So answering wrong really fast doesn't give you any points. So it's better to be a little bit slow and get it right. But if you really know your stuff, go for it and go for it quickly.
But actually, it's a good point, because we might have questions as well which were really important that you are the fastest one. But you will see. Be prepared. So let's go to the next question. Is it true or false?
Number 5.
In order to use a service, it needs to be provided. Yes, this is the easy one.
Is it true or false?
Is it true or false?
I think it's like a definite maybe. Right?
So it's a green one again, right, for you?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like
somewhere in the middle.
Listen, nothing is black or white, you know? Things are blue or red.
Yes, but like, we are computer science person. Isn't everything 1 and 0? I mean, like,
well, there's still fuzzy logic, but the answer is true.
Absolutely, it needs to be provided. Otherwise, you will get this null injector error thingy thing. What is so annoying sometimes, at least.
But if you Google it, you get a clear answer.
Absolutely.
On Stack Overflow.
I mean, that's how I develop the whole day throughout. Just copy pasting error messages, explain everything.
Yeah, we all senior Stack Overflow developers here.
Yeah, absolutely. So who's the most top Stack Overflow user over here? Oh, Talang.
It's Talang.
And actually top 5 changed completely, right?
I've seen Mike and KGT in the previous rounds as well. So, but welcome Jan and Neil.
Right. So 2 questions left, I would say.
Ooh, it's getting dangerous.
3. Which syntax is used for injecting a service inside a web component? Constructor and then the service, like at Engine init, calling a new service, or inside the constructor, but with a different syntax. Sebastian, do you have something funny about you to share? Tell me
something funny about me. All right, my favorite animal is a meerkat, and like this is my spirit animal. And then one day I actually want to have an enclosure of meerkats. That's a real thing.
Oh, you're awesome. I love cats so much. So
meerkats.
Yeah, all right. Awesome. It's from Lion King, the one, right?
Yes, there was a Timo in there.
Right. I loved it.
But coming back to the quiz, the right answer was you need to use a constructor and then provide the service. And basically by providing the service names class, the dependency injection knows which of the services you mean to inject.
Exactly, correct. So let's see who got these questions. Oh, Talang would not be kicked out yet. Come on!
And we have some new contenders. Ezra and Bard are really, chasing them, sitting closely on the hill. So this is getting very exciting.
Come on, you want to have this hoodie. Come on.
Right, let's give them the next question then, and let's see what happens.
Which syntax is used for getting an item out of the local storage? Is it get item, local storage.put, local storage.name, or local storage.get item? Oh, this is a really tough one as well, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it should be like Timo get data, right?
Timo get
Like,
data.
Yeah, like the meerkats know their stuff, right?
Oh,
you could,
yeah, you could create an alias and then yes, oh God, I will do that. Yeah.
So the answer is green for a change.
Absolutely.
And you have to use .get item on local storage and then provide the name of the property that you want to get.
Of the key, exactly. Put, of course, wouldn't have not that much sense actually, but yeah. So let's see. Talang. Oh, nothing changed so far, but Mike is really close.
It looks like Talang answered this question super fast because his advantage grew a little bit. So it's all about getting it right now. And Mike, you have to go really fast. And Neil, you're close too. And if the top 3 trips for some reason, as and Bart, you're still in chance to go ahead.
You can get a hoodie, a t-shirt, or a mug. So let's fast jump to the last question. Are you excited about today?
Woo! I think the answer is
hell yes.
Hell yeah. Yes.
Absolutely
Valhalla.
yes. Valhalla.
Absolutely. Definitely.
Come on, I expect so many fast answers over here. Let's go.
Come on, Martina, you can dance. You see, Martina gets like full 1,000 points for the excitement. Ooh, there's a snake. Now we need some proper music.
Yes, absolutely. Oh,
and all the answers are good and correct.
And of course, this time at least, it didn't matter which answer you choose. Everyone got the correct points. But now it just matters how fast you have been. So hell yes is the most common answer. So drum roll for the winners. We have on the 3rd place with 9,211 points, Neil. Whoop, whoop. The 2nd place, Mike. Whoop, whoop. And the 1st place, I could guess who it is, but it is.
Yeah, that's not gonna be much of a surprise. Talang. Well done.
Awesome. Congratulations. Yes, please, you 3 reach out to the Orga team and tell the email address and everything, get in contact, and you will get your prizes. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Sebastian. I will immediately.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Again. Have fun and see you in 2 hours, I guess. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah, see you in a
Let's
couple
keep
of
on
hours.
Bye-bye.
Excellent. That was a lot of fun. Like I always love Kahoot and their quizzes. All right, so without any bigger delays, the next speaker that we have is Jonathan Scher, and I'm pretty sure I'm getting the surname wrong, and he's going to join us from Norway. He's a senior consultant at J Professionals, and he's got a whopping 15 years of experience in development. That is really impressive. Jonathan, how do you do it? Like, how do you stay excited with technology?
Always learning new things. There's always something new to learn in this industry, especially when you come to the front end and everything new happening there. Especially interested in Rust and WebAssembly stuff. So, yeah, lots to stay excited about.
That sounds really, really cool. And I see that you're going to talk about pulling PDF documents from your Angular stack. So that sounds quite exciting. Are you ready to go?
As ready as I'll ever be. Yeah.
Perfect. Then I'm not going to delay anymore. And I'll give you Jonathan.
Okay. Hi. I'm going to hop straight into it, as I think I'm a little tight on time. So in an age of increasing digitalization, why do we care about making PDF documents? For one point, there's accessibility of paper will always be good. Legacy requirements. Lots of systems, especially in the public system in Norway, require that you archive the result of decisions that have happened in a system that will preserve the data in a way it can be read over time. PDFs work really well for this. Also, digital signature solutions require documents that can be reproduced in much the same way and a lot of the same requirements. So we've used PDFs as input to digital signature processes. So that's we still need these PDF documents. even though a lot of the systems we have are becoming more interactive. In the good old days, I'm a Java guy mostly. We had these specially designed tools to do this. This ends up with a lot of duplication of effort if you want to have components looking similar in your printed documents than you had in your rich web interfaces. And I've been on a couple of projects where people have tried to mitigate this by creating PDF documents from their front-end applications. The first of these was a React application with a Java backend. And when the React application said, OK, now it's time to create a PDF, then the Java application would shell out to a headless browser. This was a few years ago. This was quite an ancient, unmaintained headless browser that then made a call back into the front-end application, rendering a special route to create the layout that we wanted for the letter. But this architecture had multiple problems, but the most important one was it was really challenging to get authentication to work here, because there was no way to hand over authentication from the front end to the separate browser process. The other system where I've worked with similar things more recently, it was an Angular application, again with a Java backend. And this application was a case handling system for the counties in Norway. And in the front end, they had a rendering of the letter that they were going to send out that was editable in the case handling system. So everything was already laid out in the front end there. And then what they did here was they took the inner HTML of the rendered Angular component, threw it at the backend API, that then used a microservice that again shelled out to a browser to render the PDF. This doesn't have the same security problems as the previous solution, but here we have validation problems. There is no way for this backend API to trust the HTML that it's been sent to know that the content of the document is really what we intend it to be. If your front-end application has a cross-site scripting attack or script injection or something else, then we've got big problems here. So after seeing this pattern of people attempting to use their single-page application frameworks for generating PDF documents, I decided to sit down and see if I could make it even a bit better. And one core part of this solution is Angular Universal. Just in case, the very simple version, if there's anyone who's still not aware of what Universal is, it's the Angular's server-side rendering component or application, plugin, whatever you want to call it, so that instead of just serving a minimum HTML document with the JavaScript and then loading all the data in the front end, for the first load, what Universal does is on the back end, it will process all of your JavaScript, do all of the HTTP calls to populate your components, and return the finished HTML to the browser so that the first render will have all of the content in it, and then things get enriched. When using this kind of thing for generating a PDF document, we only really care about the first render. So this works really well, in my opinion, for my admittedly limited proof of concept. But I set out for doing some concrete code around this, not just thinking it out in my head. So the goals were to use the existing front-end framework, in this case Angular, for creating a PDF layout. I wanted to use an up-to-date rendering engine. Both of the previous solutions I've seen in use were using quite old browsers that no one dared to touch and update because they weren't sure how the rendering was going to break. I want to make sure that the markup used when generating the PDF is from a trusted source, one that I control, and I know that the content is as expected, and that not making any compromises on the security and access control of the APIs. So the way this looks for my proof of concept is I've still got an Angular front end. I've created a mono repo, so I've stuck to Node on the back end. So there's a small Node Express server here, just to tie things together. I've created a very similar to the last solution I talked about. I've created a front-end component, an Angular component that is data-driven for rendering the letter that can be used on the front end. So when using it in the case handling application, you can still use it very reactively. You can edit the data and edit everything in line and see the changes in real time. But then when you want to generate something or pass everything necessary to the backend, you only send the data that is then validatable. You don't just send a clump of HTML that could be anything. You send data that you know is strings, numbers, and data types that you can trust and do some more sanitization on if necessary. And then what I've done is I've created a separate Angular universal application that uses the same letter component as we use in the front end. As it's data-driven, we don't need to use and make any changes because of the way we're getting the data from different sources, but we can just push the data in. So then the API that's coordinating the process can make the GET request to the universal application. The universal application will then go and get the data that it needs for rendering the letter component, again from the API. And then I've created another Node version of my little microservice, but based on Puppeteer, which makes updating the web browser to the latest headless Chrome trivial. It's simple to stay up to date. And the server-side rendering here should work pretty much the same as it works in your desktop browser. This is how it looks. I'm no graphic designer. Sorry. But so here is my example case handling application. You can see the rendering of the letter in line. You can see that there's some UI around that could interact with this. If this was live, you could interact with the components on the left and see that things change in the letter. This is how things look in the Angular Universal application. Here there's of course no Chrome. There's nothing around it. We just output the component once we've retrieved the data. And here's how it looks as a PDF in the standard evince PDF reader on Linux. So everything looks the same, pretty much. Some flow differences, but nothing we're not used to handling. So a quick look at the code that sews this all together. Well, one thing I wanted to mention first, the HTML that comes out of the Angular Universal application. Any styles you've defined on the component level, if you've got a component and defined a CSS file at the side, or in your directive written CSS inline, that will get inlined in the HTML that is sent to the browser. If you have a global CSS file, then that will be linked in as normal with a relative path. And there is the base href is defined in the markup. This is one of the first challenges, because the way my HTML to PDF service that calls Puppeteer works is it takes the markup it's sent in a post body, saves it to a temporary file on the file system, and then fires up Chrome headless, loading the local file. So in this case, it won't find the CSS file according on the local file system because it's not been provided. Multiple ways I could have solved that, but I did it this way. So in my Node Express API backend to tie everything together, I just exposed a simple get for getting the PDF, pass the parameter, and then I do a get to the universal application, reading in the text that came in the response. I then do a really dirty hack to switch out the href, the base href. Not very happy with that, but it works and it's fairly stable. Then we post the result of the previous call into the HTML to PDF service, and then we take the result from that and send it back to whoever created the document. Like in the diagrams here, I've drawn the arrows that it's the browser initiating this interaction. But in the case of some kind of automatic case handling or some automatic handling of something else that needs to go into an archive journaled away somewhere, this could be initiated completely in the background by something else. But that's the final, that's all it takes to couple the parts together. Back to the slides a second. So we've got this. All of the parts talk together, but I've not got in, this is before I've tried to add authentication. I'm a fan of using JSON Web Tokens and holding those in the front end. So normally I'd call my backend APIs, there'd be an interceptor in the front end, a HTTP interceptor, that would then make sure the token is added to all the API calls. Passing this token from through the Node backend isn't particularly trivial. No, it isn't particularly difficult. The more difficult part is getting the token through the Angular universal application. This was something I scratched my head about for a little bit. But the solution is very similar to the front end, where again we use a HTTP interceptor. And it looks something like this. The cool thing here, when you're in a universal context, then you have the opportunity to inject the request object that comes in from the Express runtime, which then means that it's as simple as propagating through the Express application. I can just read the header from the original HTTP request that caused this page to render. And then I can add it to the headers that are sent to the outgoing HTTP call. Configuring this up is as simple as any other interceptor. Here I made sure to put it on the app server module, which is where you put the things that are unique to the universal runtime. And that just worked. Very happy, a simple solution in the end. So then now we've got all of this working, and we have, good time. And we have authentication maintained, but this loop between we have this loop of communication between the HTTP API and the universal application, which seems a little silly because the HTTP API is sitting on the data from the start. So is there a way, my next thought process was, is there a way we could get rid of this circular loop, both to avoid some network calls, it minimizes risk of anything failing, and could simplify the authentication that we just went through. So while we have that option, if we don't have the data up front, if there's other services we need to orchestrate, if we do have the data up front, what we can do is we can refactor this so that the API doing the orchestration now can post the data to the universal application instead of doing a get. How do we do that? Well, there's a few different steps. The first is in the server TS file of the universal application. The line that's highlighted now, that's what you get by default when you do ng add universal. So I just duplicated that with post instead of get. And it seems to initiate the requests, and the rest of the universal runtime doesn't seem to care. It works fine. Then I needed to change my route because we're no longer doing a lookup of data. We no longer need that ID on the way in, so we can remove the ID from the route, however you want to pronounce it. And in my component that then wraps the common letter layout component that gets the data, this can now be refactored from using the ID in the route and doing a HTTP lookup. It can be refactored to here. We can do similar to what we did in the HTTP interceptor and inject the original express request. And then we can just pull the body out of that and use that directly. No need for any observables here because that data is not going to change. The data that came in on the post request is static. That's never going to change. So it simplifies a little bit of code here too. Removes an async pipe from the template. And then in the API, doing the orchestration, then we obviously need to look up the data first. I had a hard-coded list in my proof of concept application. Then we need to change the request from a get to a post and just stringify that object into the body. And it works. And that was a copy of the previous slide for no reason whatsoever. And there we have it. I managed 19 minutes. The code in its current state is available at this URL here. Yeah, we've achieved all of the goals. We're generating the PDF from an up-to-date browser because it's been installed through Puppeteer, which has all the mechanisms to do that. We're reusing the existing front-end Angular layout competence on the team because we're using exactly the same components on the front end and the PDF rendering. The markup is coming from a trusted source because the API is orchestrating against another API that it trusts instead of trusting something from a random web browser out anywhere. And security is maintained because there's no hop between browser processes that would need to do any data lookup. So we've actually managed to improve on both of the solutions that were originally in. While I mentioned the codes here, it's not up to the 7D standard as presented yesterday. I'm going to fix the README file by the end of the day today. It needs a little hand-holding. But other than that, yeah, it's all there. Go ahead, play, ask questions.
Excellent. So yeah, we can basically we'll still ask questions, and you're gonna come back to us in the panel. Yeah. So great talk, really good job. I always love when people share the code in a very clear manner and like highlight the bits that are actually quite important. And this was a pretty interesting talk. So thank you very much. And next person that we have coming up is Marta Wiśniewska. She's coming from Poland. She's a Google developer expert for Angular and web technologies. Hey, Marta.
Hey,
I'm just showing off all the things I know about you. And most of all, I think I was selected as one of MCs so that I could actually pronounce your surname.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is quite funny. So, yeah. So Marta is a front-end developer, co-creator of PWA, Fire, and basically she's an international speaker, blogger, enthusiast of Angular, PWA, you can name it. And she loves speed. And when I asked her what kind of speed, is it Speed the movie? Like your answer was speed in general, right?
I just love speed.
So I guess that's why your talk is about performance, because that's also speed.
Yeah, exactly. Today I will tell you about PWA, but from the performance perspective. So yeah, I hope it will be helpful for you.
Okay, and as I understand, we have a recording that you prepared for us, just in case there's any connectivity issues.
Yes.
So we are going to play it anytime now. So Majid is going to do the magic, and then Marta will come back to us later on in the panel, and you can ask her all the questions.
And see you later. Hello, everyone. My name is Marta Wiśniewska, and I'm super excited to be a part of this conference, ngVikings, and welcome to my talk. I will tell you how to supercharge the speed of progressive web apps. I will tell you about PWA again, but this time I will focus on the performance. And even if you're not familiar with progressive web apps, but you want to improve the web performance, the presentation will be helpful for you as well. So now let me introduce myself. So my name is Marta Wiśniewska. I'm from Poland. I live in Warsaw, and I'm a Google developer expert in Angular and web technologies. I work as a front-end developer at Network Energy Services, and I love open source. I co-create this open source project called PWA Fire. If you're interested about PWA, you want to get some knowledge, visit this page and visit our profile on Twitter. And I love all things about technology. I love also coffee, sport, and community. If you want to keep in touch, if you have any questions regarding this presentation, you can find me on Twitter. I prepared this topic because I can see that there is still a lot of different approaches to PWA, different opinions, and, for example, a lot of misunderstanding how to qualify up to progressive web app. Sometimes people think that if they can add icon to home screen, this is for sure PWA, but it means that there is added web manifest. It doesn't mean that it's for sure PWA, because if you can't check that there is applied service worker, you can't say this is progressive web app. And there's also a lot of talking about benefits from business side and from user experience side, like, for example, benefits of better conversion rate or better engagement. But I was considering how it can be useful from a developer perspective. So I found the most universal and the most useful the performance. So it allows you to create faster web apps. And today I will explain you what exactly it means. So how does it make your progressive apps faster? Because it doesn't mean that it will improve all your performance metrics. I will show you what are techniques and architecture patterns to improve this web performance. So let's switch to the agenda. And I will start with caching. I will tell you what are caching strategies and design patterns to boost the performance of your app. Next, I will switch to the combination of progressive web apps with WebAssembly. It's quite interesting. Next, I will show you the most common issues based on performance tests that I did on existing progressive web apps. And last but not least, I will show you how to keep a progressive style. So how to take care about your CSS code, how to improve it to get better performance. At the beginning, I will tell you about caching. So I will present you caching strategies and design patterns. So caching is the main source of making progressive web faster. I mean faster than regular web apps. And if you use Service Worker and Cache API, you're able to cache network requests. And this cache is quite different than browser cache that relies on cache control header values. And the main difference is that better control over how cached assets are managed. Service Worker provides a persistent medium to keep network requests in a controllable cache. These requests can be scripts, other pages, images, or assets. And this is just a proxy between client and server. And from a practical perspective, this is a JavaScript file that is time on repeat visit. But even if the service worker is active and you have pre-cached all pages responses locally, it doesn't guarantee the page renders fast. It only means that the network requests are returned from the local cache. We can talk about web performance from different perspectives. And web app speed is more a factor of render time once the network responses are collected. And if your app is heavy, like have lots of JavaScript, big assets, your page takes longer to render, and even Service Worker won't help you to improve it. And it's really important to remember that we should remove unnecessary JavaScript, CSS, libraries, and dependencies before caching. And we should run audit tests before caching. It's so important. And another tip is to optimize sizes of your images and all assets. Today I want to present you design patterns for caching that allow you to get faster web apps. But before I start doing this, we should consider two aspects. The first one is how do you render the app? We have two options. The first one is server-side rendering, and the second is client-side rendering. We have different caching for these options. And for server render app, we cache the static parts, I mean CSS files, JavaScript frameworks, and some images. But for client render apps, single page apps, we have a code that always lives on the client, so we cache that. But we also depend on dynamic data. So we need to add some code to handle that. We need to handle some data from database. And the general idea is that things with URL go in the cache and non-URL data goes in the database. Next question we should answer is, where does the data live? So you can retrieve your data from cache or from network. And based on this fact, we have caching strategies. So we should consider how to retrieve files to render your app, from cache or from network. And basic option common for regular web apps is just we only use network. So we only use requests and responses from server to render the whole app. Another option is cache all your app. So then you're sure that it will work even if you're offline, but it's not guaranteeing the fresh of your data. You need to manage versioning. From practical perspective, we can use combinations of the cache and the network to improve our app. And for example, we can check if we have access to the cache. If you can get files from cache, we use it. If not, we try to get it from network. And the opposite side, so we try to get network resources from network, and if it failed, then we try to get it from cache. Another option is cache network race. So in the same time, we try to get data from cache and from the network, and then we use the one delivered faster. And also, before we start caching, we should know that our app consists of two parts. The first one, this is the app shell, and the second is content. So the app shell is the static part of your app that are parts common to all pages, and the content is dynamic. So dynamic content populates the view, but shell can be cached and load instantly on repeat visits. Now it's time to talk which pattern solution is the best. So the best option is a combination of server-side and client-side rendering. For app shell, we use server-side rendering, so your server can draw the first page quickly. And for the client side, we use client-side rendering to serve dynamic data where JavaScript takes over and renders future pages. The next best option is a pure app shell, the single page app approach. So we use server-side rendering for application shell, and we use JavaScript to fetch content once the app shell is loaded. So we should cache the app shell, and we can speed this up using HTTP streams to begin rendering content as it comes in. Option 3 is to use server-side rendering and cache everything that we can. And the last option, so this is the common solution to the single page apps where we render all its own content. And it's common, but it's often slower than server render apps because it takes time to load the JavaScript before rendering begins. Now let's talk about the combination of progressive web apps with WebAssembly. I found when I was considering modern solution to improve web performance. So they're really modern, but they are for different cases. We use WebAssembly for heavy applications when we need complex computations, where we need enhanced graphics. But progressive apps are rather for smaller apps with static data, with static content. So they are totally different use cases. Because of that, at the beginning, it seemed to be a really abstract solution. And my reaction was like that. But then I found a product that's really applied both WebAssembly and progressive web apps, and I will present you what is it on the next few slides. We know that the JavaScript right now is the only option that is known for writing front-end apps, and we love it because it's really universal. It's so powerful, but we know also that we have some cons, like for example, JavaScript, it's really slow. And we know cases where we will never choose this as solution, like for example, heavy applications with complex computation, because sometimes we just need more than JavaScript offer. And there is a place when you can use WebAssembly, because we can do the same task, but faster. JavaScript is slow. And here you can see the processes of running JavaScript in a browser. So at the beginning, we have parsing. This is the time that it takes to process the source code into something that interpreter can run. Next phase is compiling and optimizing, where we use Bazel compiler and optimizing compiler. Next phase is re-optimizing. This is another time that we need to optimize code back the baseline code. Next phase is execution, so the time it takes to run the code. And at the end, we need to clean up memory, and we have garbage collector. WebAssembly is faster than JavaScript in many cases. So the first fact is that it's more compact than JavaScript, so fetching takes less time. If we take a look at parsing, so we don't have it in WebAssembly, but we have decoding that takes less time than parsing. In general, WebAssembly is closer to machine code than JavaScript, so the compiling and optimizing process takes less time. WebAssembly has types and other information built in, so it doesn't need re-optimizing. The execution is quicker than for JavaScript. The memory is managed manually, so we don't need garbage collection. Let's talk how you can apply WebAssembly into your web apps. Let's say that we have a module, some parts of our app that we want to write in another programming language that will be just more effective for our module, for example, in Rust or C++. This code we need to compile into a WASM module, and the module will be added to your web app. We will integrate it with JavaScript. The last phase is sending and executing. So we will serve up in a browser that supports WebAssembly, and this browser will execute WASM binaries into a virtual machine. This project combines progressive web apps and WebAssembly. So this is a generator for Rust. Here you can see the official link and link to the repo on GitHub, where you can find the documentation and the full source code. So WAS combines all good things of a progressive web apps and WebAssembly, and it works as a toolchain that allows you to build and deploy mobile app via Rust, and you can easily share your app via hyperlink. And the interaction between WebAssembly and JavaScript is done by WASM Bingen, that this is a Rust library to generate the interrupt codes between WebAssembly and JavaScript. And it's really cool because it allows you to write the entire app in Rust and also use typical progressive web features like PWA manifest or service worker or home screen icons. Now I want to present the results of my experiment, where I try to find the most common performance issue and tips and tricks how to fix it. So I use web.dev platform and measure tool to do performance tests on existing progressive web apps in the production version. So I tested it on 15 progressive web apps. I highly recommend you to try this measure tool from web.dev. It's based on Lighthouse, and it gives you a report regarding your performance of your app, and also it gives you a tips how you can improve it specifically for your web app. And based on this test on the results did on these progressive web apps, I prepared these tips for you how you can improve the performance of your web apps. And the first tip is that we should avoid chaining critical requests. And critical request chain, this is a set of requests that is required for page rendering. And if this chain is longer and the download size is bigger, then your load performance is worse. And here you can see best practices how you can avoid these long chaining requests. And the first tip is that we should minimize the number of critical resources. And there are a few techniques how you can do that. You can just eliminate them, or you can defer the download or make them as async. We should also optimize the number of critical bytes to reduce the download side, the number of round trips. We can also control the order in which these remaining critical resources are loaded, so we should optimize it. And the last one that I think is the most important, we should just optimize images, JavaScript, CSS code, and web forms. Another really important thing is the number of requests in your web app and also the transfer sizes. So we should keep these requests really low and take care about only small transfer sizes. And another option to improve it is use budget.json file that is offered in Lighthouse. So in this file, you can specify a budget for metrics, performance metrics, and sizes for your web apps. The next tip is involved with the browser's render process. The most important to minimize this main thread work is to minify our app, our code, to compress it, and also remove parts that we don't use. Also don't need to send the full app, the full code to our user, but only send the parts that they really need. And to do that, we should apply code splitting techniques. And the last tip is that we can apply caching and use, for example, PRPL pattern. So the abbreviation for this pattern is that we should push, render, pre-cache, and lazy load assets. If we want to improve the loading time of our app, we should also take care about assets and about images. You can lazy load your images and also iframes. And now it's possible to use native lazy loading, but also you have an option to use intersection observer API and to trigger image loads using JavaScript events. If we're talking about images, we should also take care about the size and about the formats. So if we're talking about the size, it should not be too large. If we're talking about proper formats for images, we should use SVG where it's possible. And for example, we should replace complex icons with this format. And now we also have great next generation formats that are better than typical like PNG, that have better compression and quality characteristics compared to the PNG. So if you want to load faster and consume less cellular data, you should encode these images in formats like WebP or other next generation formats. Now I want to tell you a bit about progressive style. So why we should take care about it. So the CSS is a render blocking resource, and we should take care that this blocking resource is not too large. We should remove unnecessary overhead whenever possible and just optimize it and take care about the proper size and proper selectors in your code. Here you can find the practical tips to give this progressive style. So first of all, we need to talk about the DOM and the levels that you have inside this DOM. So please remember that changes at one level in the DOM tree can cause changes at every level of the tree. It's really important to minimize CSS rules and of course refactor your code and remove unused CSS rules. If we're talking about animations and complex rendering changes, we should do that out of the flow. And to accomplish this, we should use position absolute and position fixed. The next tip regarding selectors, so we should avoid complex unnecessary selectors because selector matching requires more CPU power. And the next tip regarding additional libraries and foundation that will build your UI, so we should avoid it. And if we don't need it, we can apply Flexbox and Grid, we should use it because It's the same fact that CSS is render blocking resource, and every additional framework can delay rendering time significantly. Now it's time for a quick summary. So today I told you about the ways how you can improve the performance of progressive web apps. And I told you about caching. So this is the main source of making progressive web app faster than regular web apps. But please remember that this caching should be reasonable and you should apply proper techniques to cache your network resources. Depends on how does your app is rendered and where does your data live. Please remember about audit tests before caching, about removing unnecessary stuff. Today I also told you about combination of WebAssembly and the combination of progressive web apps. I told you about the project called WAS. And the last one, please remember that you can achieve better performance if you apply the same performance techniques that are typical for regular web apps. Because if you have heavy app, if you have a lot of assets, external dependencies, and just your app is heavy, even a service worker and even a caching will not help you. So please remember that you can get fast progressive web app if you have fast web app. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much for watching and have a nice day.
Well done, Marta. That was pretty insightful. We're really sorry about the glitch that we had where the video froze. It was something on our tooling side. It happens. It's an online conference. This was very insightful. Like there were so many interesting and very strong tips on actually how to build the PWA. So I'm really impressed, and I quite enjoyed the talk. It was very well done, Marta.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I will share the full video, and don't worry if you haven't heard the full video. I will share it with you and we share slides so you can watch it once again on your mobiles or on your laptop. So thanks.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I guess you share it on Twitter. And we'll bring you back for our panel later on. So I just want to do a quick reminder. So please use the tweet towards us using the hashtag #BAEViking. And we are looking for all sort of ways that you show, like the creative ways as to where you're watching the conference from. Yesterday, we had somebody watching conference from Saturn. I want to hear where you're watching the conference from, which countries, because yesterday we pretty much covered every single country possible. So maybe we could explore some additional planets. We're also looking for pictures for the best Viking costume, the best meme, and we also want to see who's the most active selfie person on the channel. And I do want to remind you very quickly to be respectful and follow code of conduct. This is a community conference, and we want absolutely everyone that is here to feel safe and comfortable. And this should be a very enjoyable event for everyone, not just for individuals. Like we are all a one big family, and that's how it should be. So the next speaker that I have lined up is Jan Gregerhem. He's an experienced developer at Computas. He is mostly focused on front-end and mobile development. And for fun, he loves to play video games, watch movies, and travel. And we asked him for an interesting fact, and he said that he was an extra in a huge Norwegian movie called Burning. So that's pretty impressive. We have a real-life actor right here. Welcome, Jan. How are you doing? We can't hear. I think you might be muted.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, thank you. Really excited to be here to present everything.
Excellent. So I hear that you're going to tell us why Angular is a great framework for a design system. So that's a very good talk, I think. And I'm really excited to hear all about it.
Oh, thank you. So I'm really excited to share this news with everyone. So,
perfect.
Welcome to why Angular is the best framework for a design system. I know that this talk might anger a few people, but that is fine, as I want to challenge some basic assumptions. My name is Jan Gregerhem, and I work at Computas as a consultant. So, story time. Why is this important to me? So I was placed at the company, medium-sized power company, Elvia, as a consultant, where I had the recent push to digital solutions. In Norway, we have recently gotten the automatic power reading system, so that we wanted a new system to help us work with that. So in short, they needed rapid development of new systems. But there was a problem. There was no shared design language at this organization, and we kept copying and pasting code in between projects. And that might be fine for really small teams, like 1 to 2 products, but that this organization was getting out of hand. And one of the reasons was when we needed a login system. One team created the login system, and it worked great, but all of the other teams just copied that code and the bugs, and suddenly we didn't know where to fix the bugs anymore. And the design started to drift as well. So in short, making new sites took too long as we kept reinventing the wheel. And we just wanted a consistent design with a consistent user experience at a high development speed. And we needed to support a lot of features. So in short, we needed a solution. And probably given the name of this talk, you probably can guess what the solution was. It was a design system, which is, if you're unfamiliar, the single source of truth for, among other things, font, color, sizing. It's a guide to UX and design, how to place elements, your branding, your styles, everything. And it's also a collection of reusable components. And another way of saying it is that design systems are the solution to the problem of how to enable rapid development and innovation while maintaining a consistent user experience and design. And a really famous example of a design system is material design. This is Google's adaptive design system, which just means that you can adapt it to your own organization's needs. So you can restyle all the components to what you need. And there's a really good documentation / website with the high-level guides, but also directly on button with a demo, everything you need to understand what the button is, but also how to place it within the application. That is an often forgotten part of a design system. So back to the story. We had several websites already developed in different frameworks. This is getting challenging. And we needed a solution that worked everywhere. But how to create it? CSS is only a start. It's a good start, but at some point you will need logic for pop-ups, tables, galleries, and more complex elements. And it needed to be easy to use in all projects, even if it's Vue, Angular, or React. And it needed good documentation and good marketing, another aspect that's easily forgotten. A design system that nobody uses is useless. So we crunched the numbers, looked at our alternatives, and my neighbor's drilling, of course, perfect. Looked at our alternatives and landed on a 2-part system. First, we had a pure CSS core, which is written in SAS, which boils down to a series of CSS classes that you put on HTML elements. And a component library on top in JavaScript, TypeScript, or something. That looks more visually like the CSS core with a yet-to-be-determined component library that together becomes the design system. But what is a component library? This might be new to some of you. This is ready-to-use components like table, pop-up, and select more complex elements that need some kind of logic or JavaScript at some point. And those are styled from the CSS core, so we try to concentrate all the CSS in one place. But remember the golden rule that CSS is cheap, JavaScript is expensive. The same amount of CSS is easier on the browser and will have higher performance than the same amount of JavaScript in number of bytes. So create as much as possible with CSS, as the limitations of CSS is a good thing. Less hacky JavaScript workarounds, which is always nice. But we still needed a framework, as pure web components were still too basic when we were starting out. So we crunched the numbers, looked at alternatives, read a few blogs, and looked at what we were using already, and we landed on Angular. Why did we choose Angular? It has the most powerful CLI, which gives us built-in library support. It can compile to web components, which gives us components we can use in Vue and React. It has an opinionated architecture, which means that the Angular team has an opinion on how you should structure your application, which means that projects are similar. And it also makes it easier to swap developers between projects and create a shared component library. And you have a reduced bundle size with Angular 9 and Ivy, which has been one of the bigger problems with Angular, which has now been addressed. And you have something called the Angular CDK, or Component Development Kit. This is low-level building blocks created by the Angular team to help you create a component library. And here you have, for example, drag and drop, vertical scroll, and a lot of other low-level, really cool building blocks. And you also have a dependency injection system, which gives you reusable services. And it's a complete framework, so we have everything we need to create our application, and thus less fighting over dependencies. And we have something called schematics, or Angular schematics, which allows us to automatically install and update our entire design system. What do I mean by that? By running one command, you will be able to install the entire design system without having to do anything more, and you're up and running in minutes. This command will automatically install and run something called Angular schematic, which boils down to some code we have written with a framework Angular has created that allows us to modify files like package files, TS files, HTML files, all the files we need to do any change we want for it to work. So setting up a new project is really, really easy. And you can do the same between major versions of your design system so that you can fix breaking changes for your users. And that is what the Angular team has been doing between Angular 9 and 7 and with the ng update command. And you can also generate the entire component library when you're starting out with one command, so you're up and running in minutes. And we built this on top of Angular Material, which gives us some really useful components out of the box, like table, select, and modal, that we didn't have to create ourselves, so we didn't have to reinvent the wheel, which is really nice. We just styled those components their own style. And then we have a more visual representation again, with the CSS core at the bottom, with a component library on top in Angular, that together becomes the design system that are used by all external systems, or external to the design system, internal to the company. But what goes into the component library? First, try to put everything in the CSS core, but at some point you will find something that requires logic. And that is the time when you move it to the component library. Simple as that. Try to keep a bare minimum of CSS in the Angular project. And then we have testing. CSS testing is hard to impossible. You can use, for example, visual regression testing with, for example, backstop.js, which allows you to take your CSS classes, apply them in a browser, take a screenshot, do the same for new classes, and compare those images pixel by pixel to see if there's any difference. This will cover some scenarios, but not all of it, so you will not get the confidence you want from testing, or at least testing the CSS part. But test everything in the component library. This is a low-level building block for an organization, so unit tests and end-to-end tests on everything with, for example, Cypress. And you should publish everything using a semantic versioning system that helps safeguard against an unexpected breaking changes for your users. And we were using something called GitHub Actions, which allowed us to automatically deploy any change, so that each merge to master directly led to one publish. And this gave us the shortest possible turnaround from a bug request coming in to a fix going out. And it's really important that you make this automatic with, for example, GitHub Action, so it happens consistently each single time. And then we have documentation. Each part of the design system needs to be self-documenting. And we, for example, put this best practices in the CSS core. And here you can see the actual CSS core. Just a heads up, this is not the design system you should be using. I'm just showing you it so you can see it more visually. This is an internal design system. But here you have the CSS core with the introduction, and you can actually use the CSS core independently if you have a really small application. And then we have the guide on, for example, a button with when to use it, when not to use it, example code, everything you need to get started. And with the component library on top, with the auto install command feature up front, really important. And the documentation on, for example, one component with how you should use it, code examples, live examples, everything. What are some more general Angular tips and tricks we found during our development? The first one is to always, or at least consider, change detection strategy on push. This allows you to take control over when change detection happens and reduce re-render, so that if you have a big component, not every single change within that component will lead to that component being re-rendered. So we'll get higher performance, especially on larger elements. And input as much as possible as HTML. Like you're probably used to input into a component with a property like this. And that's fine for most cases, but at some point you will want to input some HTML, like make the component a wrapper or more configurable. That is when you can use something called content projection, where you're inputting a new element within the opening and closing tags of a component. And you can take this further by using something called ngProjectAs plus select, a sort of hidden feature in Angular, where you can input several HTML elements and receive them independently within, for example, a shell component. So you can receive the header and main separately. This is also the same as slot from web components, if you know about that, or named slots. And then we have view encapsulation. Hot topic, a lot of opinions. My personal preference is to have it on, and even considering enabling Shadow DOM, so we fully encapsulate the component, as the design system should be the single source of truth, and people shouldn't go around modifying every piece of CSS you have. And if you do as me, enable view encapsulation, you should also consider setting a display property on all of your components on the host pseudo-class, so that you can add margins and paddings directly to that component. And that is something you can set up when you're generating components with Angular CLI 9.1, I think. So it's available now. But what about some more general tips and tricks? The first one is do not use Internet Explorer 11. It's 2020, it's about time we kill that browser. Support Chrome, support Firefox, support Opera, support Edge, and support Safari. But do not support Internet Explorer, as you will lose out on critical features you really need to create a good design system, like CSS variables, grid, and flex. And on the topic of CSS variables, embrace them. At the root level of your application, define all of your primary colors, secondary colors, sizing, padding, and all important variables as CSS variables, so you can reuse them later really easily without having to import any SAS file. And this means that the users of your design system will actually use the correct values, as it's so much easier to use it. And this will also allow you to dynamically switch to a dark theme, as you can change colors on the fly. It's amazing. And then we have conventional changelog. This is the Angular team's way of structuring commit messages, where you have a type of change, feature, area, pop-up, and the actual change. A really nice way to structure commit messages so that it is consistent. And the same for bug and refactor. And use SAS and all the features it gives you on top of CSS, making it so much easier to write a big CSS-based application, which is what you're doing when you're creating a design system. And embrace TypeScript and all the types it gives you. And even consider enabling strict null checks, so you will no longer get those annoying undefined of null errors in production. And adapt Kanban. A design system team needs to be able to adapt really quickly to changing requirements, usually within hours. And locking down that team for a 2-week Scrum sprint doesn't make any sense. And apply prettier, so that it actually looks like your code is being written by one person, and you stop fighting over code formatting. And go open source. You're already standing on the shoulders of giants, and most, if not all, of your dependencies are already open source. Give back, give the world another good example of a design system. But now the sun is starting to set and this presentation is starting to reach its end. But there's a few things I want you to keep in mind when you're creating a design system. The first one is that design system on mobile, native mobile, is not easy. You can't use CSS, JavaScript, or HTML, so this approach will not work properly. And if this is something you have to support, look into design tokens, which is a more abstract design system. And do not use Angular if everyone knows Vue at your organization. Like if you're working at a company where everybody's really good at Vue, it might be a bad idea to force everyone into an unfamiliar framework. But if it's a toss-up between Angular and Vue, choose Angular as it has more features that will help you create a good design system and component library. But know that Vue is a good second choice. But be really mindful about choosing React as it can't properly compile to web components until React 17. But consider also, if you have a really small component library, to make it directly as web components. The specification has really matured. And a really good case for this is material design, because material design's component library is known as Angular Material, Vuetify, and Material UI. The same components and code duplicated several times. This is something the material design team has been looking into with material, components, web components. They're recreating all of their components as web components, and here you can see button. This is still in alpha, beta, or some early version, so you can't use it in production yet, but no, it's a possibility. And, consider using just material design directly. If you're at a really small company with like 1 or 2 products or solutions, it might not be a good idea to invest in a design system, because design systems work better if you have a lot of teams working together, creating separate solutions. So just using pure material design is an option you have to consider. And know that creating a design system is not easy, but you will benefit greatly from doing it, and you will love that you took that decision. But that means we're reaching the end of our story, and this helped us to rapidly develop new systems while maintaining consistency across the organization. So this is a story of success. But that means we're reaching the end of the presentation. Thank you for listening to me talk. And I hope you learned something new and exciting today, and that you will push for a design system at your organization. My name is ngVikings, and if you want to hear more of me talking about my favorite technologies, I have, due to what's happening currently, started my own YouTube channel, Curious Programming. Thank you.
Excellent. Really amazing job, Jan. I enjoyed both the content and the beautiful pictures and images that you were using across the presentation. Very well done. And actually, it reminds me of a similar talk. The topic was similar, done by Stephen Fluin. So I'll definitely ping Stephen to have a look at your talk, because he was also talking about basically using Angular and componentizing the libraries and using it for designers. Really insightful stuff. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Cool. So we'll bring Jan later on for the panel. So keep firing questions to us. We're still looking for some questions for Jonathan and for Marta and for Jan. And the next speaker that I have a pleasure to introduce is Natalia Venditto. And we met last year. I was organizing a different conference, and Natalia was one of the speakers that we've invited, and she's been a star immediately. And we had a really good event and a lot of fun together. And Natalia is a Google developer expert for Angular and web technologies. She's got a ton of experience in web design and development in industries. She's been doing that for over 20 years. And she works as an enterprise Scala platforms front-end tech lead. That's quite a mouthy title, with a strong focus on solution architecture and performance, and bringing to life high traffic and high performance web and mobile applications for large clients across the world. So I have a couple of interesting facts. Hello, Natalia. It's right on time for me to share some interesting facts about you. In my opinion, together with Sherry List, you are one of the best conference photo bombs ever. And the story behind it was I was actually in front of a crowd of people, and I was taking a selfie, and basically right on top of the picture, Natalia and Sherry, they were just full on photobombing the picture, and they made my day really that day. And another interesting thing that you told me just recently, you always get lost in cities, and likewise you get lost during the setup in conferences. But since I see you here, I guess it's all fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I tend to make all my presentations like I like going from the IDE to the slides and so on, and then I start getting lost in my own conference talk. But for this one, we're going to talk about best practices. So I have code examples right at the slides, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to start and tell you about it.
So you're also following the best practices for giving a talk. Well,
I am also following the best practices. Yeah.
Okay, so I will give you all Natalia, and really excited to see what you have to show.
Okay, so thank you for having me. Yeah, like Sebastian said, my name is Natalia Bendito. I work as a principal software engineer in front-end technologies for NetCentric. I am also a Google developer expert for Angular and web technologies, a Azure inclusive hero. I got this badge recently. And I'm here to convince you, if you're not convinced yet, to become an ally. And I'm going to explain you what that means. But first, you have to click the button. Come on, click the button. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. You're in YouTube and you're thinking, what is she talking about? What button? I cannot click any button here for her to start speaking in a live event, right? And this is exactly how some people feel when they are browsing a website or an application that you code, if you don't think of accessibility, right? If you haven't embraced it. So this is what I'm trying to do today. I'm trying to convince you that it's a best thing to do, even if you don't have a business requirement for it. So I have spoken several times about accessibility, both internally and externally, I think since 2015. And I realized that for many developers, accessibility is like a very difficult and painful topic, and they don't know where to begin with it. So like I said, unless it is a business requirement, they are not putting a lot of attention to it. And I think if we start thinking about accessibility as a form of inclusion, as a form of making our sites, our applications more inclusive, then we're going to give a little bit more care to it. The World Health Organization, that you probably have been hearing a lot about because of the COVID, says that 15% of the population deals with some sort of disability, from severe to mild, right? So there are physical disabilities related to sight, to hearing, motor disabilities, cognitive disabilities, like, for example, dyslexia, which, by the way, I think 12% of the people that have dyslexia don't even have a diagnosis for it. So just imagine. Obviously, people with these conditions benefit the most from our accessible implementations. But in reality, we can all benefit from inclusive design. So there is 15% of the population of the world, which are a staggering 1 billion people that have a disability that may require the use of assistive technologies to navigate an app or site. By assistive technologies, I mean screen readers, I mean braille readers. Even there are some devices that you can blow into them and to create input. But there are also people that are not part of this segment of population and still can leverage an accessible interface. So tell me you've never been, I don't know, super tired after many hours of work and start finding it super difficult to read because the contrast is not enough. Or I don't know, maybe you have acute carpian tunnel inflammation and it's difficult to use a mouse. Or you don't have any more batteries in your mouse. So maybe you forgot your glasses at home. It happened to me many times. I got to work and, oh my God, I forgot my glasses because I only use them to read. There are so many reasons why we can benefit from accessibility. And in order to measure how much we can benefit from accessibility, there are some levels of compliance or success criteria. There are 3 of them. which determine how perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust a user interface is. It's A, AA, and AAA. For content to be understandable, a rule of thumb is to provide your views or pages with organized structure by using main, section, header, footer, or aside, for example, instead of generic div elements, and use landmark roles when they are not implicit. Those elements mentioned above, I just mentioned, they have implicit landmark roles. For example, header, the role is header, obviously. But if you use a div instead, for example, for your footer, for some reason, you can give it the role footer, and you should give it the role footer for people with assistive technologies to understand that they have reached the end of the page, right, or of the view. It is also very important to define a hierarchy for content using headlines from H1 to H6. One very important piece of advice for Angular developers is that when composing your Angular views, because you have all the components like modularized, you have to check often how they play together, right? So don't just wait until the end. Check how they are playing together when they're composed, when it's a composite and they're nested or they're siblings to other components. And why structure, as we mentioned, is so important? Because a best practice is to put HTML elements exactly in the order that they should appear in the page. Try not to modify them with CSS or JavaScript. Now, that's something we usually do, front-end developers. We use flex and then we swap things around. But that's not very, very accessible. So we have to think about it when we do it and try not to abuse it too much. Because depending on the order and the hierarchy of content, it is how the browser will generate both your graphic user interface and the accessibility tree, which I represented in this slide by all these dots. So it's a tree used by assistive technologies like screen readers to navigate the page. Another very important guideline of the WCAG, or Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, where a lot of stress is put, is that you should always provide a text alternative to your controls and your graphic elements. Here we have a simple image component template, right, that we will use in multiple places, and it binds an alt property or alternative text property to provide an alternative text for each instance of it. The WCAG also recommends that we always use the dedicated HTML native element when it is available. For example, if you need to use a button, well, use the button element. And why? Because when you focus an element, all the keyboard controls are transferred to that item, including what is called the synthetic input events. So if you use the proper button element, for example, instead of just a div or an anchor, if you add an event listener on click, it will automatically work when you focus it and hit enter in the keyboard. So you don't have to do anything else. You get a lot for free just by using the native element. Let's suppose that we have a specific requirement for which it is useful to infer the focus to an element that is not natively focusable. Like, I don't know, a div, like it is represented in this slide. We can achieve that with the tab index attribute. It is a best practice to use only 0 and -1. 0 to make it, or to give it the focus, to say this element can be on focus, and -1, so we skip it while navigating. So it's still focusable, but we are skipping it when tabbing with a keyword. Since other positive values can lead to a very, very bad user experience. I made the mistake once when I just began implementing accessibility back in the day to give like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's not a good practice, because first of all, if you give a positive number, that number will be higher on the list of things that the screen reader will read, or the tab keyboard navigation will go to, instead of things that are natively focusable. So another very important factor to make content understandable and perceivable is the color scheme used. A very common problem is the lack of sufficient contrast between background and foreground colors. In this example, for example, we see two buttons with different ratios. There is obviously a great difference for certain users with reduced sight abilities to understand the first one, right? Because it's kind of the same hue. So UI and UX designs may not be up to the front-end developers or the web developers, and that's understandable, but you can still review them to identify problems before you start the technical implementation. And you can always raise a hand and say, hey, I think this may not really work, right? So we have some takeaways already. First of all, we must ensure there is a good and well-thought user experience, because designers may not be aware of accessibility specs. And things that we should not do is implement contrasts that don't pass the minimum ratio. There are tools online where you can check that. We should not implement animations that are too fast, random, or create flashes of light. And we should not expand or collapse items on hover, for example. I don't know if you've ever experienced a flyout that displays on hover, and then for some reason, there is a gap between the trigger or the button that triggers it and the active area. And then every time you want to reach up, I don't know, maybe there is a link inside and want to click it, and it goes away. Just imagine trying to keep that flyout out when you have Parkinson or some other motor disabilities is completely impossible. The second takeaway we have is to use native HTML5 elements and attributes instead of repurposing, because we want to preserve the implicit semantics, the built-in and synthetic events, and we want to guarantee the inferred focus. So now we know the very basics, we can already start implementing the use of ARIA, or Accessible Rich Internet Applications, also known as WAI-ARIA, or Web Accessibility Initiative ARIA, which is a set of special attributes that enhance that accessibility tree that we were talking about. So it makes it even better than it was before, because it kind of translates the visual UI to a spoken UI, even for those elements that are not natively supposed to speak to the user. The most important use of ARIA is to give accessibility features to elements that usually don't have any, like we just said. So basically, it allows you to create accessible widgets out of HTML markup. Let's describe those semantics. The role is important because it tells users what they should expect from the interaction with a widget or with the content, and what they can get out of it. The name provides a text alternative for the controls, and state and value are pretty self-explanatory. But what is important is that while role name and value are properties, state is a condition that is probably going to change, right? So in the code, you can see a representation of programmatic semantics. In this case, the role would be the combo box, and it's implicit because the select boxes are combo boxes. And the name comes from the 4 attributes in the label. It is important that you always keep the ARIA authoring guidelines at hand, because as you can imagine, not every element allows for everything. Not every element allows for all roles, properties, and states, even if you can put them programmatically. So let's see an even more evident case. Right? This is a special case of a checkbox created with a div. The highlighted example will be completely misunderstood by the browsers, by the screen reader, or the user browsing. The only thing the screen reader will read is check me if you're an ally, but it will not tell the user what they have to do. It will not tell them it's a checkbox. The second case will be read exactly as if it was a native checkbox, because we have programmed it to do so. We have added the tab index, so it's focusable, we have added the role checkbox, and we have even added state, it's checked. So this is basically how you'd code that in your Angular template. You have to pay special attention at how we bind ARIA as attributes and not as properties, because they don't have a corresponding DOM property. ARIA can also help establish relationships between elements, even if they don't have a parent-child connection or they are not siblings, they are maybe a bit far away in the DOM. Like in this example, using the ARIA controls attribute, so the user that is sight impaired knows what elements they are controlling with this switch. This would be the HTML output And this is how we bind the ARIA attributes in our template, again, in order to reuse the button component over and over with different values, right? Another very useful attribute for SPA developers is ARIA Live. In this case, we use it implicitly by giving our error message the role alert, which means the value of ARIA Live will be assertive. We can also use ARIA Live explicitly and give it a value of either assertive or polite. And what does that mean? Polite will wait until the user finishes whatever they're doing, right, to read the new content or updates, and assertive will interrupt the user, so they respond to this message right away. What may be a problem with assertive is that it will probably interrupt the whole queue of content or other messages that the screen reader may have pending. So you have to use it very careful also not to interrupt the user every time because you just updated something in the UI that is not really relevant. So in that case, you can let them know with polite, but use assertive only for real. Like, I don't know, in this case, if we go back, there is a required input that was not filled or was not filled properly, and then we can inform the user that something is wrong. So there is one caveat to ARIA, and is that it doesn't play any role but the one of enhancing the accessibility tree. So you still need to add keyboard support on top of it. What this means is if you bind this ARIA attribute to an element, but unless you write a logic that binds that to an event or a key event, nothing else will happen, right? Fortunately, this is not hard to do. We can implement the keyboard event interface key, which is a read-only property for key, that returns the value of the key pressed by the user and even takes into consideration the state of a modifier key, like it could be, I don't know, shift, and even the keyboard locale and layout. Now, with all you know in mind, you're ready to make more accessible apps, right? And another useful piece of advice I could give you in terms of accessibility would be to use skip links. Skip links are like a navigation item, usually found at the top of the page, that can take the user to a certain part of the content right away. Because imagine you are browsing a site that has a mega menu and has hundreds of links. You don't want to go over them every time, right? That's really not a good experience. Also, we probably want to avoid keyboard traps in dynamic elements, for example, a slider. This is repeated over and over in accessibility, that users get into something that is some element that is dynamic and they don't know how to get out of it. So you always need to make sure that the users can get out of every dynamic feature. And finally, you also have to make sure that they can go back to the browser. This is incredibly important. I feel that now we can start putting together a checklist. So we can say that we can use the first things we mentioned, review the UX and UI design for potential accessibility issues, use native HTML5 elements and attributes instead of repurposing, compose your view structure following the natural flow the user should follow, use ARIA implicit and programmatic semantics to infer role, name, state, and value, provide alternatives to controls and graphics. If you need to control an element's focus, use the tab index with values of 0 and -1, and make sure your users can browse with the keyboard only. Also provide enhanced navigation means like skip links and anchors to reach content in a more in a faster way. And we can also put together a list of don'ts, right? Do not repurpose elements by changing the role. For example, don't give the role button to an H1 or H2, whatever, a different kind of role, implicit role. Do not use a generic element like div if you have a native element available, because you lose a lot of controls. Do not reset browser default styles unless you provide alternative indicators like the focus ring. I see this very often. I used to do it myself, reset the focus ring because it doesn't look good or it doesn't match the design specification, but you always have to provide an alternative, right? And do not let users get caught in keyboard traps. So if you're ready to remember all this advice and you start implementing or continue to implement accessible interfaces, then Skoll, you're very likely already in compliance with level AA or close. But obviously, please read the WCAG specifications, the why area, and check whatever requirements your client may have. Before we move on, I wanted to mention quickly that level AAA success criteria, it is more about content and technical implementation. So this is why I'm not going to go through it. It's about, I don't know, giving transcripts for audio and video content and hence super content like that for screen readers and users with disabilities. So we are not going to cover that. So we learned a lot, and yet this is only the tip of the iceberg, right? Even after so many years of working with accessibility in mind, I am not sure about a lot of the rules. And we have so much to remember as front-end developers that a little automation help is always welcome and appreciated. Luckily, in Angular, we have the possibility of performing static code analysis for accessibility together with the regular linting with Codelizer, right? So all we have to do is we extend our TS-Lint configuration with the available accessibility-specific rules. There are about 10 of them. And for example, the highlighted one will make sure that you add alternative text to all your images. This one will make sure that you add a for attribute to all your labels. This one ensures that you don't add a tab index value other than -1 and 0 that we already discussed is a bad idea and can cause trouble. And this one makes sure that if you are adding a click event listener to an element without synthetic controls, you have a key event associated. So if you install the TS-Lint plugin to your IDE, then you have tips and indicators at development time, like with other linting errors or issues. And you can also run ngLint to get a detailed list of issues to fix across your many files. So you can basically see all your errors and actually break your build when those errors happen. You can even execute ngLint in your CI pipeline. You can add it to your, I don't know, GitHub Actions, for example, or if you are in the Jamstack in Netlify, you can add the ngLint command to your deployment command or your build command. This is something I definitely recommend you think about if you're working for the public sector. Especially some countries have very, very strict accessibility legislations, like the UK and Israel, and some other European countries are also adopting the new legislations. So you need to think about this. But static analysis is not sufficient. It's not really sufficient. We should always try to perform manual audits. Not sure how many people in the audience have ever performed a screen reader test. I wanted to do this in this presentation, but then I thought, no, it's going to be too much because it is very hard and it's highly unlikely to be effective because super users, I've seen screen reader real users use these technologies and it's impossible to follow. They do it at a speed that is impossible to replicate if you're not a user, a regular user, right? So we cannot really reproduce how they use and the bugs and the issues they will find. But one thing I can recommend is that you agree on a screen reader or even an assistive technology support matrix with your client, because the results between the many options, for example, you have JAWS, you have NVDA, you have VoiceOver, highly vary across the browsers and devices. And together with the screen reader test, you can use a Chrome Accessibility Inspector to inspect your items and learn more about the accessibility features you're offering and those you're missing as well. So in the screenshot, you can see how it gives a very comprehensive information about name, role, state, and value of the element inspected. And you don't have to do anything. You just have it for free in your Chrome developer tools. It's just one more of the inspecting tabs. You can also use the Lighthouse audits, which are directly integrated as well in the developer tools. You can even skip all the other categories and just go for accessibility. And Lighthouse will not only give you a score, but it will give you tips on how to solve your current problems. Lighthouse lets you know that only a subset of issues can be detected, and you're encouraged to perform, again, these manual audits with screen readers. However, like I mentioned, they are very, very difficult to do. And if your clients, again, are serious about accessibility compliance, if they have a target, if they are enterprise or public sector, you should probably leave the audits to third-party experts. There are many people that do this or offer this service. But still, please think with our code with accessibility in mind, so you can include more people in the internet and make the internet a good place for everyone. So this is all. Thank you very much. I'm gonna wait for.
Sorry, I was struggling, just like you, I was struggling to find myself in the tooling and unmute myself.
You had accessibility issues.
I had an accessibility issue, but I think the issue is basically called Sebastian Hans. That's basically it. Natalia, this was a really great talk, really insightful. We had a lot of very good comments in the chat as you were speaking. Absolutely great job. And it's so easy to forget about accessibility, but we need to be inclusive. We cannot leave anybody behind. And what I was told just now, that Sherry gave you the inclusive leader badge, which you mentioned earlier. And we all think that you definitely deserve it, not just because of the talk, but because of how you are on daily basis anyway. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Great. So we will be opening up a panel right now, and we'll bring back Jonathan and Marta and Jan, and Natalia is here already. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. This is a very inclusive group, very diverse. I like it very much. And we have a bunch of questions that I want to ask you. So I will start with question number 1 from Svein. Jan, is Shadow DOM here to stay? Are there any alternatives to it? Because basically we've heard that there may be some security issues.
Shadow DOM is here to stay. That's probably not a question anymore. It had an old API version 0, like 5 years ago, that was only supported properly in Chrome. And that was dropped and sort of removed from all browsers. And that is probably one of the reasons so many are skeptical of using the Shadow DOM, as they are afraid that it will, well, go away. But this version has come to stay. So it's really about time to learn it.
Excellent, excellent. So while I have you ready, I have one more question for you, Jan. So what is the best reusable design system for Angular if we were to exclude material? Or anyone here that has an opinion?
Like Bootstrap is a good second choice that I really like to use. The main reason I really like material design is that you have Angular material and they're ready to use logic components, because when you're starting to integrate Bootstrap into an Angular project, you'll probably have to run some JavaScript at some point in a sort of hacky way. But Bootstrap is a really good second choice. Should look into.
Okay, excellent. Next question that I have from Abder Ahman. Natalia, is it a good idea to test A11Y, like keyboard navigation, by using unit tests, or is it enough to run Axe plugin in the browser?
I think that there is never enough or there is never something too much to test for accessibility or in general. I know of a new tool that is called Betterer by Craig, one of our GDE colleagues or friends. I think I'm going to post about it in Twitter because it's a good tool to integrate unit testings into accessibility as well.
Excellent, excellent. So now I have a quick question for Marta. Do you know of any interesting APIs coming to PWA?
Interesting APIs? What do you mean, about web APIs?
Yeah, web APIs and anything that we can use for PWA. I think it's a general question.
Yeah, so the most important is just Cache API that allows you to cache your files, but also, for example, intersection API that today I told you about, that it allows you to layout images, so it also allows you to create faster web apps. Another, maybe more closer to the native apps, like for example, notification API or stuff like that, or using beacons or Bluetooth. That is what's coming to my mind now.
Cool. And how do you usually find out like about the latest things that come up? Like, what is your usual routine?
So typically, I'm following some nice people on Twitter. They publish lots of useful news, and I think this is the most universal approach, to follow people that's interested about it.
Cool, cool. Okay, so the next question is actually from Jonathan in here. I think it's to Jan. What tools do you use for documentation generation, and is it Storybook based?
Storybook is a really good choice you should consider, but actually for the component library, we created our own. It only took us like 1 day. Okay. It's just a bunch of CSS and HTML, and then we had full control over everything. But Storybook is a good second choice. I see a lot of people using.
Cool. Okay. Anyone else has their own opinions on a similar subject?
No, I second Storybook. Yeah.
Good, good. Like, oh, let's vote. Storybook in motion. Excellent. Okay, so another one. So implementing some of the A11Y aspect requires extra depth and test time, which product owners are not always willing to allow. How would you convince the PO to spend time on A11Y?
Well, if the inclusive argument doesn't work, which would be bad, really, what you can always bring on top of the table is the legislation. So this is closing in, like every time we have more and more regulations around accessibility. And like I said, especially for the public sector, for big enterprises, they should be aware that there are people really working to make these regulations more proactively enforced, let's say. So need to think about it if you don't want to face a fine, for example.
That's a very good point. Yeah, that's actually going to be a question for me. So are the requirements different depending on the country you are? Like, do you think that there are any specific countries in Europe or US or across Americas and Asia that you know of?
Yes, definitely. They're more strict. I think in the UK, they're very strict. And in fact, I had a client 6 years ago, a large enterprise client in the UK, and they were already targeting level AA. So and for banks and this like health public system in the UK, in Israel, I think as well, you need to provide even level AAA. Like you need to provide transcripts, you need to make sure that everything is completely accessible. I think airlines and some other public services also need to guarantee this. It varies per country as well.
That's very important, and I think that unless we enforce it on some companies, like some companies are nice by default, but some need that extra motivation to be pushed in the right direction. So I guess that's a good thing. Okay, so I have one other question, which again comes up with Shadow DOM. So what is the best practice for creating components? Is it to use base encapsulation or Shadow DOM, or is there another way?
It's a really good choice to use the default encapsulation, which is just simulated, so it can technically be broken by the user. But I would also try to push people to try at least using the Shadow DOM version in Angular, as it has support in all major browsers now, as long as you forget about Internet Explorer. And it's actually fully encapsulated, so you can actually prevent your users from destroying your components, which is probably something you want in a design system anyway.
I see. And I have a bit of a generic question that is open to everyone. So when you prepare for your talk, how do you go about preparing your slides and the flow of the of the session. And since Jonathan, you didn't speak much yet, I'll open up with you. How you went about creating your slides and session?
Me? How did I create the slides? I started writing bits down on paper, different roughly storyboarding things, at least for the introductory part. Then I started writing code to be, I had a proof of concept from before, but I wanted to rewrite it again so it was a bit fresher, a little bit cleaner. So I started writing the code, so I had the code set. Then I understood which code samples were important to get in on the detail section. And then add a healthy dose of procrastination and some last-minute changes. Then it landed in the end.
So be honest, when were you ready with this session? Was it like last night at 3 a.m. or like more in the past?
Close. I still changed the slide with the HTML example. That was written at 9:30 this morning. Oh, no,
excellent.
It was converted. I had it in my Google Slides originally, but it wasn't very readable, and I transferred it. I managed to cut it down and transfer it over into the reveal slides this morning.
Good job. It worked really well. So, Marta, do you have any advice on how to prepare your talk?
I have similar methods. So I'm starting with a brainstorm. So I'm writing down all my ideas that I have in my mind. And then I think when I'm trying to prepare my slides, I'm doing it similarly like writing code. So I'm starting with writing the basic concepts with basic parts, like writing only methods. And then I try to add a body inside this presentation. So I'm trying to add more details, some news, some schemes, and some explanation how to explain it better to the audience.
Interesting. And Natalia and Jan, do you have any additional advice? Anything that wasn't covered yet?
Well, what I also try to do usually is to tell a story, a compelling story that people can feel, identified with, and they want to engage with or listen to because it connects to something about what they do and how they feel about things. So this is another thing. Even if it's a very, very technical topic, I try to include this more emotional connection with the audience.
That's a very good point.
I do the same. Like I try to set aside at least one day just to find a story to put into there in a natural way. Like try to fit in the story first and then try to build the presentation around that story. So it has a goal or a message. So it's really helpful.
I totally agree. I honestly, once I was preparing for a talk where I spent 5 full days preparing my session, my slides and stuff, and of which I spent first 4 days on just the story. And then the remaining 1 day was on the technical part of the presentation, which was crazy. Yeah, cool. And obviously all of you have some experience already, like with public speaking, like it's actually ranging to quite a few years. Do you have any advice to somebody who would really want to join, let's say, the next ngViking and be ready to go? Like any advice, like 1 sentence advice?
Just do it. Yeah, just do it.
But I can tell that I highly recommend you to try it because you learn a lot if you start practicing public speaking, not only the soft skills, but also your technical skills improve a lot. So I highly recommend you to just try.
Yeah, my personal suggestion is start a YouTube channel. Like you learn so much about creating videos that you will benefit from when you're speaking at a conference.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, so if we don't have any more advice, I think I'll close down the panel. Like, thank you very much for your amazing talks and for the time and effort that you put into this conference, and also for answering all our questions. And we are going to start our final quiz. So Martina should join us very soon, and we'll wave goodbye to our amazing panelists. Thank you for joining. Bye. And see you face to face very soon, hopefully. And I'm excited to see what Martina prepared for us. Hello, Martina.
Good morning.
Afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world, right?
I mean, like literally 2 minutes, like 1 minute ago, my internet was broken, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm crying.
You
Okay.
know, that explains everything.
Everything right. I was so stressed out, but hey, here we are, and here's the quiz. Let's join it, the last and final quiz. And I had a great idea, Sebastian. How about you reading the odd number questions, and I'm reading the even number questions?
How do you want better? How about I read the questions, you read the answers?
Okay, let's do that. Okay, so
I am not good with numbers.
Yeah, I just wanted, so you don't have to do the math, right?
Actually, I'm really good with numbers. I just had to say something.
What's your favorite number?
7.
Why is 7?
How about you? It's a supposedly lucky number, but I'm also born on 14th of July. So you have, 7 and a factor of 7. It's pretty easy.
I see. Yeah, my favorite number is 11 because it's like the magical mathematical number. Because like when you have 11 times 11, it's 1, 2, 1. And when you have 11 times 11 times 11, it's 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. And
all right.
Yeah, you're right. Oh my God. Everything explains everything, right? As well, it was
that explains so much.
Yeah, right. As well, it was my basketball journey number for a long time.
Oh, actually. Nice.
Yeah.
No, so actually, when I played football, I also played number 7. So, when I play football, or for those of you who mispronounce it, soccer, I always played as a midfielder, as a playmaker. So always running around with 7. And some of you, like I play actually with a bunch of people from the Angular community, like Sani Yusuf. You guys should ask him about my tackling abilities, because he's always ending up very bruised when he plays against me. What was your style when we were playing basketball?
Well, I'm still playing, and I'm a post player, and so I'm really used to tackle everyone down under the basket. So you better not get inside my zone.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, you're taller at least, so you definitely show me around.
Right. Yes, right. I mean, not in comparison to other division league players, but yes, I'm actually the smallest post player when it comes to that, to be honest.
I can imagine, yeah. Actually, when I was in high school, I was training at the local club in my my hometown. And after my training, because in winter we had to train indoors, we had the volleyball team from our club that was also training like straight after us. And and that was like the female volleyball team, and we're all like looking up. It's like all these girls are like so tall. It was incredible. And we're just like, okay, like let's not jump too high here.
Yeah, volleyball players are also really, really tall. That's absolutely right. Yes, I mean, like I took a break from basketball for like 3 years now, and I said, no, I can't without any longer. So I just get into it again. So
yeah, totally. Like honestly, I always say that the day when I can't play football anymore, I'm gonna be officially depressed. It's just such an integral part of my life, and like right now, I'm really struggling because I just can't go and kick the ball.
Yeah, right. Okay, I would say let's start. Right. So you are the question.
Let's be ambitious and wait for 140. Just one more.
Okay. One more. You get a hoodie and a t-shirt and a mug. The first.
And maybe not. Okay, let's just get started.
Yes, here it is.
Yes.
Okay, let's start.
Okay, now it's 141.
You're the questions, I the answers, right?
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, let's start. 3, 2, 1.
So, which RxJS operator can be used for getting a specific value out of an object?
Is it tab? Is it plug? Take? Or is it last?
I think it's the first duck.
Duck? Oh, I should have put in duck. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so I heard that the last questions were way too easy, so we put on some more difficult question now, just for you.
I mean, you always have to add plug for an extra luck.
Yeah. Oh.
See what I did? And it was plug.
It was plug. It was like, okay, so just to say something, it's not really wanted that it's always blue. I know my favorite color is blue, but it's not on purpose. It's just okay. So let's see who got this. Blue it is.
Blue it is.
Whoever this person is, I please contact me. You're the best person in the world. No, just
I
kidding.
think Blue it is deserves that.
Yeah, deserves to be. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
But
okay,
Andreas and Thomas, you have to chase Blue it is. Let's go.
Second question.
Which file or files need to be configured for enabling differential loading?
Is it the tsconfig.json, the Angular JSON, process list, and the tsconfig JSON, or is it the Angular JSON and the package JSON? So it's.
Or is it a JSON?
Or is it a JSON? You should have done the quizzes. Come on, you're so way more creative than I am, basically.
What? And who's the father of JSON?
Oh, come on, bring it.
Is it Jay? And it's not Blue this time.
Yeah, you thought that it is Blue, but not this time. No, it's differential loading came with Angular 8, and you have to configure it in the browser list, but also set the ECMAScript target inside the tsconfig JSON. So just 16%. So better read it again. Manfred, I can always refer to Manfred Sayer's article from it. And there he is out. Blue it is. Come on.
It wasn't Blue. It wasn't Blue.
It wasn't Blue this time.
It was Blue's time to go. Well done, Mike. You're in the lead. Irek is second, and we have Jonathan as third.
And Talang is already there again inside.
Talang. So. Actually, that's equaling on the third. So pretty good stuff. And then one more Mike.
So many mics. Maybe this is Mike Harrington.
Maybe.
So let's go to the third question.
Which one is not part of an Ivy instruction?
Is it mark dirty, compile component, render component, or detect dirty? Oh, it's getting dirty here.
Oh, it definitely is. Yeah, it's like a dirt racing, right?
Yeah, it is. So, I mean, yes, I am aware that there should be everywhere a theta sign in front, but I left that out. Because
we'll see, yeah. But let's see who cleans up this question, this question, right?
2, 1, and correct.
Green it is.
There's nothing such as detect dirty because it is detect changes, but this comes along with Zone.js and so on and so forth. So who knew that and is now in the first place? Oh, Talang again.
Whoever Talang is on fire. And Mike H jumped from the 5th to the 4th, not bad. Jonathan's back on the leaderboard. We have Mouse and Tic-Tac. Tic-Tac-Toe.
Yeah, one of my favorite games, actually.
Yeah.
So
we should play one day.
Yes, we should. We should actually just play a basketball game and a soccer game, football game, and the next ngVikings, having some teams and playing together. It would be so much fun.
Absolutely, I would love to do that.
Let's go.
All right, next question. Let's be honest, tabs or spaces? Oh, that's not even a question.
Tabs or spaces, of course.
Oh, need you ask? But do you know what the right answer is, regardless of which button you press?
What it is, I'm pretty sure. Enlighten me.
It's the one that is already used in the project, so that we all stay consistent. Come on, right? I have my preferences when I start, but if I join a project, never change it.
That's the most diplomatic answer you can get over here, right?
Hey, we're an Angular community. Ooh,
right.
It's an even split.
Yeah.
And yes, spaces with.
Yes, I'm also more into spaces, to be honest. But great. So who was also, now it was just about being the fastest, of course.
Pretty much. And yeah, so Talang's still in charge, Mike H and Jonathan. Well, basically the top 5 remains. So whoever is outside of top 5, you need to up your game and chase these people.
So let's go first to the next question.
And the question is, who is your favorite Viking?
Is it Eric the Red? Fred is, oh my gosh, Fred is Eirik Dottir, Secret the Proud, or Ragnar Lodbrok. How would you say the blue one this time?
Fred is the blue.
green is the blue. Yes. Who's your favorite Viking? I mean, I know already my favorite Viking, but who is yours?
Mine is probably Sherry.
Sherry. Oh yes. Oh God. Yes, absolutely.
And all answers are correct.
Red and green. So I see it.
We definitely don't discriminate on your preferences here.
No, not at all, of course. So we see what your favorite colors out there is, of course. So let's see.
Yeah.
So it seems to be yes. Awesome.
Extra points. All right, next question. This time a real one. How do you pronounce GIF?
I know your pronunciation now. Is it GIF or GIF?
It's a graphical interface, file.
Actually, I have to admit that I sometimes do say GIF, but I say git and not chit, apparently. But yeah, I'm sorry. I use sometimes.
We should also have a question like, how should you pronounce it? Router or router?
Oh, right. I say router.
Definitely a router. Definitely a router.
Yeah, but you're from the UK, right? And they do in America they pronounce it differently. Yes.
Hey, they invented the language. You can't blame them.
Right.
So I will disagree on this one. Is definitely GIF. Like I want to discontinue like all the 41 points from these people. No, I disagree.
Thrown out, but it was blue apparently. Now TikTok jumps back on the board.
TikTok, jumped up on purely speed.
Awesome. So let's go to the last question.
Cats or dogs?
Duh, I hope you choose the right one. Is it cats or dogs?
That's not even a question. You know. This saying. If you want to get a friend, you buy a dog. Right? So dogs are the best. Cats are just annoying.
The thing is like you buy dogs, but you get the respect of a cat, and then you have a lifelong friend.
No, you don't.
You don't need
They just tolerate you. How can you? Dogs win.
How can you do that to me?
Community has spoken.
How can you do that to me? Oh God.
Woof woof.
Ruff ruff. Cats always kick their asses. Seriously.
Yeah, right.
I mean, in Egypt, cats are considered as gods. I just want to just like that.
Ooh, TikTok is really going fast. And I'm pretty sure the final question is going to be a trick question, and you need to pay attention.
Just like immediately jump on it. So let's go to the last and final question.
Will you join next year's ngVikings?
By all means, Valhalla. Can I buy the tickets already? Yes, definitely. So will you join last year's ngVikings? I hope so. Because it's an amazing conference. And
I definitely would love to join it, yeah.
Yes. Actually, you talked about, were you born in the UK?
I know, I was born in Poland, but I came to the UK in the middle of my studies, and I switched universities.
Valhalla!
So, yeah. Valhalla wins.
Yeah, I asked because you don't have this typical accent of the UK, the British accent that just went inside my mind. Okay.
I'm just trying to be different.
So, Sebastian, what do you think? Maybe if one of the first 3 places had already won the last time, maybe we should considering having the other 3 places. What do you think?
I think it should be up to Sherry, probably. But you know what? Like, if somebody won it twice, like I will sponsor myself personally a T-shirt for them, and we can get like the 4th place to also get a prize. Why not?
You're so kind. So let's see who won. So we have on the 3rd place, TikTok. On the 2nd place, Mike H. And on the 1st place, I'm pretty sure I know, Talang. So he won already the last time. So yeah, I would say let's keep it up to the Orga team. But so please, who was right now on the 4th and 5th place can also maybe send a message to Sherry and the team. Yes, I'm getting my head back again and going out. Thank you so much, Sebastian. It's always a pleasure to be on the virtual stage and on the stage with you. Thank you so much.
That explains everything. Thanks for organizing this amazing quiz. It was a lot of fun.
I really had a lot of fun.
Go Dogs.
Enjoy your day and see you. And thanks to the organizers. Bye-bye.
Bye, Martina. Okay. So right now it's just me. And I think we don't have any more sessions or any more talks. And probably the rest of our organizers should join me and to do the wrap up. So we have Maxime here. Hey, Maxime, thanks for having me.
Sebastian. Oof, what a day.
Oh, that was amazing.
2 days. That was impressive experience. Thank you very much, Sebastian, for making this day so vivid, so loud, so fun, so energetic and useful for our dear developers, attendees of ngVikings 2020. Yes, we have only, and thank you for supporting ngVikings for many, many years. So great to have you on board. We have to announce winners and wrap up the event, actually. This is our very sad slide. That's a wrap, folks. But before we doing this, let's announce the winners. And before doing this, I really want to give a proper shout out to the team who created ngVikings 2020. And just a second, changing the slide. Yes. This is our dream team. And I'll be super fast, but I really want to call all the names. And our video magician, Majid, I want to start from you. Please show yourself and wave your hands. Yes, this is the person who took care of all these switches of videos, banners, everything. So Majid is our magician. Chris Noring, where are you, my friend?
Here.
My old good friend.
Can you hear me, right?
Actually started very first ngVikings all together with Chris and Sherry. Sherry, where are you?
That we did.
Woo! Vikings are here. So Sherry, Denmark, I Norway, and Chris, he represented Sweden. Now he's living in UK. Awesome. Let me continue. Our Norwegian team, Jornare and Michael.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh, Michael, you are well equipped. And yes, no secret that we plan to have this ngVikings 2020 in Norway. This is why we have such a strong team from Norway, but maybe it's for the next year, right? And Fabrice from Norway, not from Oslo, but from another awesome town called Stavanger, and he's running Stavanger Angular meetup. He was a speaker at previous ngVikings. Now I'm super happy that he joined organizers board. Okay, let's move on. Jagoda and Mike. Jagoda represents
Hello.
Mike, Finland. These two persons took care about all the social media interactions. So if you see tweet or Facebook post or LinkedIn post or Instagram, it's their job. Yes, didn't anyone? Our dear MCs, I think we onboarded them from the video studio, but they did just amazing job. So it was 2 days of infinite fun with Juan and Sebastian. So big thanks to them. Yes, now let's finally announce the winners, right? Completely forgot to mention some few more people. 3.5 thousands of all of you. This is just a screenshot from Tito ticketing system. So it like maybe 1 hour ago, it was exactly 3.5 thousands, taking all free tickets and speaker tickets. Yes, folks, it's not we made this party, it's you. We just put some cosmetics on top of what you did. Wow, it's amazing how many great questions, posts, photos, videos you posted. And time to announce the winners of today. So I want to ask my dear teammate Sherry to take care of this important part of wrapping up.
Yeah, thank you, Maxim, of course. So, this time I believe that we have a more advanced drum rolls. So, are you all are you all ready for the first winner?
Yay!
Yes. So it was yeah, of course it was a really cute picture, and definitely the baby needs to have a new hoodie as well. So we will contact you and we'll ask you for the information to send the hoodie. So let's have the drum rolls. Okay. So Web Dave, you did a lot. So and then our selfie channel and also on Twitter, everywhere there is full of really good pictures for you. So definitely we will contact you. So drum rolls and yes, I agree with you, Mehmet. So Wasim's hairdo was fantastic, and here we would just say that Wasim actually needs to get an extra prize as well. So both Mehmet and Wasim will get a prize for this. Moving on for the next one, drum rolls, and yes, Piyush, this is absolutely amazing. And we also noticed that you also posted a picture that a video that you're joining from Denmark. You definitely will get a prize as well, and we will contact you. Moving on, drum roll. And this is exactly the experience of having a conference at home, and I hope you also had some popcorn with you with this. Mikhail, we will definitely contact you to get the information to post you your prize. And drum roll. Absolutely a beautiful picture, and your daughter definitely deserves a picture. And she was also, of course, in your talk as well. We will contact you, and she will get a prize from us, definitely. Moving on, drum rolls, and this is a good Viking spirit. We definitely love the picture, and Sophie, we will definitely contact you to give you the prize. And moving on, drum rolls, and yes. Definitely, actually, Tanya, I need to contact you because I need an earring like that, and then definitely you deserve a prize as well. We will contact you, and thanks for the creativity. And moving on, drum rolls. You and I do agree. Shimura is so inspiring. I'm a big fan of her. And also, there was another picture from you that we absolutely loved it. And so, your daughter and you together, you will actually receive the package. The next picture is on next slide, and yes. It was so beautiful. So both of you will definitely get a prize from us. We will contact you. And that was actually that was for now. And handing it over back to Maxime in Oslo.
Yes, so congrats, dear winners. You will all receive your well-deserved prizes. What's next? Where do we as ngVikings team sail to? Which country, which continent, online or offline? We don't know yet. We definitely don't want to stop. We definitely want to entertain you and delight you by the new conferences, but how to know about the next event? Let's stay connected, people. We have our super active Twitter. We have YouTube. You all watch right now, so just click subscribe. And by the way, the question number one we always receive: will videos be available on YouTube? Yes, of course. We just need some time to proper post-produce this, to cut for them by pieces, to add some cool intros, outros. So we need to put some magic, but we definitely don't want to delay the publishing. So as soon as we have it, you will have it. Just click subscribe. Stay connected with us and with all other Angular developers on Slack. It's open Slack team, so please join. And we'll send email really shortly with all materials we gathered for you. Well, I believe now it's time to say goodbye. So we have we can, unfortunately, our streaming platform doesn't allow to put all members of our team in a row, so we can have only maximum 6 people here. So I ask Majid to rotate somehow this feed, and let's give a proper shout out. Let's say proper ngVikings after I say 1, 2, 3, and let's wave our hands. 1, 2, 3. ngVikings. Bye bye.
Ciao.
What?
Let's get her.